All right, good morning, everybody. And I'm Wenjing Lou, professor of science at Virginia Tech, and along with my colleague Awardee from Virginia Tech, and Tianlan Weidong Cao from George Washington University, and Basu Phil Regalia and Nicholas Goldsmith from NSF, and some other people from NSF. We're very proud to present you the 2024 NSF CISE Career Workshop. So this year marks the first year of the pandemic that we bring this workshop into in-person meeting. Due to the space limitation, and we have to limit the in-person attendees to about 150. So we end up having 156. And this does not include the organizer, the speakers, and NSF people, right? So we have about 700 people who will attend this workshop online. And we also arranged about 250, the in-person meetings, 111 at NSF, and more than 200 meetings virtually. And since we are doing a hybrid workshop, right? So there's attendees online, there's in-person attendees. So I want to remind you that I think this is GW has a very nice, the facility. They have the ceiling microphones everywhere. So it aims to pick up the voice, pick up the sounds from everywhere in the room, right? So be mindful when you talk, right? So, and for the in-person attendees, please enjoy your in-person presence, right? So I do not encourage you to join online. If you do need to join online, please make sure you turn off your microphone and the speakers, right? And for the virtual participants, you can enter your questions in the Q&A session on Zoom. And we have a full day schedule today, right? So we're going to have the opening remarks from the CISE leadership, and then 6 program directors will be here to answer your questions. And then we'll have 4 past the career awardees will share their career experience. And after the lunch, then we will have the question and the answer sessions from the career awardees. Then afterwards, you will hear some more tips and the insights from the NSF program directors. And then the online session actually will conclude after the 3:30 session. And the rest of program-specific breakouts and receptions are for the in-person attendees, except there are 4 NSF programs who will offer the online access for the breakout sessions. So the link has been sent to you through the email to all the online participants. And also we are running paperless, the workshop. So all the essential information, including all the links and the locations has been compiled in the brochure, and you should all have the link to that. It has been updated last night. All right. So I think with that, I'm handling to the real opening remarks. So Phil will help to introduce the activity.
Okay, thank you very much, Wenjing and Bo and Tian and Weidong for doing the heavy lifting and putting this event together. The last time we held this event in person was 5 years ago, so we're very pleased to see the strong turnout here today. The opening talk comes from the CISE leadership, specifically our Deputy Assistant Director for the Computer and Information Science and Engineering Directorate, Dr. Joydip Kundu. So without further ado, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. So again, good morning. I'm Joydip Kundu. People call me JD. Like I said, I'm the Deputy Assistant Director for the Director for Computer Information Science and Engineering. We call our directorate CISE, and it's a pleasure to be speaking to you all here, about the career program career is a key activity for us. It's part of our strategy to empower talent to participate in science and engineering and to grow a diverse workforce to advance the progress of science and technology. And to be able to support career projects to achieve those goals, we want great proposals from you, and that's what we're here to do today, to help you send us great proposals. I think you want to go back. Go back one more slide if possible. Yes. So again, I just want to thank Wenjing and the Virginia Tech team, as well as our hosts here at George Washington University. And thank you to NSF program officers, Nicholas, Mithra, Almadina, Darleen, Jenny, Phil, Gia, as well as our career award speakers and our NSF panelists. Okay, next slide. So the law that created NSF said the purpose was to promote the progress of science, advance the national health, prosperity, and welfare, and secure the national defense. And these two goals of advancing knowledge and benefiting society, we think about them for everything we do at all scales, including the scale of decisions about individual proposals. And that's why we have these two merit review criteria, intellectual merit and broader impacts. We use those to assess all proposals, including career proposals. So for starters, that's one of the things we're looking for your help with. Your ideas for career projects that advance knowledge and benefit society. Next slide. And when we talk about impacts, there are a range of things we have in mind. Impacts could be to foundational research itself and new fundamental knowledge. The image on the far left is an image of the black hole at the center of our galaxy. That image is a contribution to astronomy, and it hinged on innovations in information analysis coming out of the CISE community. The impacts could be translational. The image in the middle is the so-called Chire Tracks diagram. It's from a National Academy report that documented the flow of innovations between university and industry, leading to new products and markets and economic impact. And the impact could be more directly societal. For example, CISE partnered with the College Board to develop a new curriculum for an AP program on computer science principles. That's now transforming the way that people are introduced to computing. And as a result, we're seeing a significant change in the backgrounds of students who are introduced to computing. Next slide. A few strategic themes inform what NSF is doing right now. One is advancing emerging industries for economic and national security. Investing in breakthrough technologies in areas like AI, wireless, semiconductors, quantum, manufacturing, biotechnology. Another is creating opportunities everywhere, seeing that people of all backgrounds and institutions of diverse types from anywhere in the country have the opportunity to engage with us and with science and engineering in general. Another is building a resilient planet, helping the country and the world meet the challenges associated with climate change and driving innovation in clean energy technology. And a fourth is strengthening research infrastructure, which is foundational to science and engineering across the enterprise. Okay, next slide. As an agency, we support research and education across all fields of science and engineering. Our primary organizational units are directorates that steward different fields like biology, engineering, geoscience, physical science, social science, and of course, computer and information science and engineering. So that's CISE, that's us. Next slide. Our directorate itself is organized into 4 primary units. There's a division of computing and communication foundations, which advances computing and communication theory, algorithms for computer and computational sciences, and architecture and design of software and hardware. There's a division of information and intelligence systems, which advances understanding of the interrelated role between people, computing, and information, and supports fields like AI, data science, robotics, human-computer interaction. There's a division of computer and network systems, which looks to invent new computer network technologies and explore new ways of using existing technologies. This division also manages our education and workforce programs. Finally, there's an Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure, which develops and provisions cyber infrastructure for research and education across all fields of science and engineering, not just computing fields. And within those units, there are what we call core programs that kind of define further what those units are about. In CCF, that's algorithmic foundations, communications and information foundations, software and hardware foundations, foundations of emerging technologies. In IIS, that's human-centered computing, information integration and informatics, robust intelligence. In CNS, there's computer systems and research, networking and technology and systems. And in OAC, there's one core a program that kind of covers the breadth of the things that unit does. Here are a few figures to give you a sense of the a scale of the things we do. Thank you. Our directorate SISE has a budget of about $1 billion. We process over 6,000 proposals a year. We made 1,847 awards in 2023. We supported about 22,000 people at 371 institutions. And engaging people and institutions broadly is something that's really important to us. It's important because we want to make sure we get great ideas from all kinds of people and places. And also because we want to see that all kinds of people and places have the opportunity to engage with us and get their great ideas supported. And as an organization, we support the lion's share of academic computing research in the US, and we take that responsibility very seriously. Next slide. So in particular, we're here to talk today about the career program. You know, what is the program? What's its purpose from the NSF point of view? Next slide. Here's how we see the purpose of the career program. The intent of the program is to provide stable support at a sufficient level and duration to enable awardees to develop careers as outstanding researchers and outstanding educators. So it's intended to be stable. It's a 5-year award. The solicitation has a minimum budget of $400,000, but in our directorate, we encourage people to request enough funds for 1 month of PI salary, 1 graduate student per year, 2 trips per year, and that's not a hard and fast rule. This may vary on your individual circumstances and the needs of your project, and you should request what makes sense for your project. And we're looking for projects that integrate research and education, where there are real synergies between the research activities and the education activities. And we want projects that make sense in the context of your organization. What are your goals? What are your organization's goals? And that's part of the reason we asked for a letter from your department to see that connection. And again, we're looking for projects that are going to help lay a foundation for a career in research and education. Next slide. Again, I want to emphasize that we see career as an award to enable outstanding research and education from early career faculty. We don't see its purpose primarily as recognizing things that have already been accomplished. So we want you to submit your first proposal within the first couple years of your tenure track appointment. You don't need to wait. You don't need to wait to assemble a distinguished record already. We've looked at our own results in the career program. We've seen there really isn't an advantage to waiting. So please submit your first proposal early. Another opportunity we offer is the SISE Research Initiation Initiative. That has a different purpose. CRII is a smaller award. It's 2 years. It's $175,000, and it's for those who are lacking access to organizational resources. And part of its intention is to broaden the set of institutions that are doing computing research. And that program is restricted to projects from organizations that are currently not very high research activity. Next slide. A number of SISE programs accept career proposals. There are the core programs I mentioned earlier. There are also several programs that cut across SISE and NSF fields that accept career proposals, including the Cyber Physical Systems Program, the Foundational Research and Robotics Program, and the Secure and Trustworthy Cyberspace Program. Next slide. And, those are not the only funding opportunities in general we offer as a directorate or an agency. And there may be others that are right for you. Here are a few resources on the NSF website that you might find useful for finding other funding opportunities. One thing you can do is look for projects we're currently funding and find out what programs are funding them. You can find information about all NSF funded projects on our website. You can find abstracts for every single project. You can see which program funded it, and you can contact a program officer who participates in that program. You can find contact information for all NSF program officers on the NSF site. You can find a program that seems relevant. You can contact that program officer. You can also directly browse for NSF funding opportunities. Next slide. So we, NSF, need you. The way we accomplish our mission is by supporting you, to give you resources for your great ideas and for your mentorship of the next generation. So send us your proposals. Tell us about the great results from your research. There are also other ways we could use your engagement. One is to become a reviewer. That's a great way to learn about the review process and gain insights into what makes for a successful proposal. How do you become a reviewer? One way is to get SISE email updates. You can find a place for that on our website. We periodically send out messages looking for reviewers. Another way is to talk to a program officer covering an area you're interested in reviewing. And so again, talk to our program officers. That's a big part of what we want you to do over the next couple days as part of this workshop. Talk to them about your ideas, about figuring out how what you're doing aligns with what we're doing. And, think about becoming a NSF program officer yourself someday. Our program officers are a mix of federal civil servants as well as rotators doing a temporary assignment from their home academic organization. Folks are continuously rotating in and out. We're frequently looking for rotators, so think about that down the road. We at NSF have a mission to advance knowledge and benefit society, and we do that by supporting you. So thank you again for participating in this, and we're looking forward to your engagement over the next couple days. Take some questions or?
Yes, do we have any questions from the audience or any questions from the people who are online while we have JD? In the meantime, I believe we're supposed to move some tables up here. So there is a microphone in the center aisle.
So for audience here, if you have any questions, please line up here. I will hand a microphone to you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Manaz Arm, and I am from University of San Francisco. My question is about, you introduced CRII. Would that be a completely different application from career?
That is a different application from career. You can go and find information about that. One is not a prerequisite for another. There are some policies about, if you're going to, whether it's in a given year, you submit to one or the other. So I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Should I just say my question? I don't know. It's kind of.
Yeah, you can use microphone.
Folks online might have an easier time hearing you. Use the microphone.
Thank you so much for your presentation, JD. My question is about, so this becoming review, I've heard that that's an excellent way to learn the process and all that. When is the right time to do that? So for example, I know you have 3 chances at submitting your career proposal. Like, would you expect that people review after they've gotten one, before they've gotten one, or pre-tenure, post-tenure? Like, what do you recommend on?
So we've got a range of programs, not just career. And I think if you talk to a program officer who is kind of covering the topics that align with your topics, and they get to know you a little bit and understand what your expertise is, they can match you to, what you can bring to the proposals they're reviewing. They may or may not be, career proposals. They could be, for example, our regular proposals that come into our core programs. And so, that is kind of a way to match, what your expertise is and the proposals, like as an organization we're reviewing. So I wouldn't say there's a particularly good time in terms of time of year or your career stage. I think even if you're a relative. Tomorrow, yeah. When you're talking to program officers tomorrow, say, let them know what their expertise is, and they can keep that in mind as they're looking for folks to help them review the proposals they're covering.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. So one question that I had is, you mentioned that there is, for the budget, there is possibility of one summer salary and one. I wanted to ask, what's the opinion on if we have an external evaluator? What could be?
I think if that makes sense for your project, that's something you should consider including in your budget. Like I said, that description is a kind of a guideline. And if that's an important component of your project, I think you should go ahead and include that as part of a proposal.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I can shout.
It's okay with me. The folks online might have an easier time hearing if you use the microphone.
So I'm trying to take a step back and understand what NSF is all about here. Every funding agency has some kind of an early career opportunity out there. What makes NSF career proposal different from other, young investigator awards?
Well, so I would go back and just let me say this about our mission in the context of the science and engineering enterprise in general, including other funding agencies. We as an organization are really committed to funding science and engineering across a breadth of topics, across all science and engineering. And we're really looking for that foundational basic research where we're looking for fundamental knowledge, potentially something that's transformative, something where the payoff might be in the near term or it might not. And that's also the perspective we're bringing to the kinds of projects we're working here, right? So we're looking across science and engineering. We're looking for something that's really transformative, something that's really going to advance the frontiers of knowledge. Doesn't necessarily have to be in the context of a specific use case like agriculture or health or energy or defense or transportation. It's fine if it does. And often you might find that those kinds of use cases present interesting questions, either intellectually or personally motivating for you. That's great. Like I said, at the same time, we're looking for really transformative projects, regardless of what a particular societal application is necessarily.
Hi, Alexandra, I'm Carnegie Mellon University. Thank you so much for the introduction. I actually have a question about what's on your slide right now, which is tell us about your triumphs. What do you mean by that? What would be a good opportunity to do that?
So I think once you have gotten to know NSF program officers and, let's say they funded one of your projects, we're very interested in staying in touch with you to hear from you. These are the things that you're accomplishing. It helps us spread the word. It helps us understand what you're doing. It also helps us spread the word about the work you're doing, the kinds of things we're doing as an agency. It helps us explain the impacts of what we're doing. So that's one of the things that I have in mind.
Any other questions?
Well,
maybe we can thank JD again for the presentation. In transition into our next session, we'll ask our friends from NSF to come up take over on road here.
Oh, there are some questions.
Yeah, we'll continue the questions for the next session. So why don't we have our NSF friends come up here and. Yeah, we got two tables. JD, forget the microphone back. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have one microphone. We're going to awkwardly go back and forth here. So why don't we start by having people from NSF introduce themselves, starting with Darleen Fisher.
Sure. So, is this on?
There's an on-off switch.
On. Okay, oh, yes, this is definitely on. Okay, so I'm Darleen Fisher. I'm gonna take my mask off for a second. I do not have COVID. I've never had COVID, but I need, really careful. So this is Darleen. I'm a program director in networking research. I've also run the infrastructure programs for 2 years earlier in my career. And I've been at NSF longer than anybody, and certainly longer than anybody inside. So I have a lot of experience, and I'm so excited to see you. It's so much fun to see new researchers excited about what they're doing and interested in continuing their career. So welcome, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to just echo Darlene's comments. It's so very nice to see so many people here this morning. It's always great to see people in 3D when we've become accustomed to meeting everybody inside little tiny 2D boxes. So great to see you. My name is Jason Hallstrom. I'm a program director in computer and network systems. My home cluster is the computer systems research cluster. I support a number of other programs outside the cluster, including expeditions, formal methods in the field, Fuse, SISE community research infrastructure, Chip Hub, the new Chip Hub design, and the advancing computer-enabled discovery. So I'm looking forward to talking with folks today. Oh, okay, great.
Is this functional? No. All right, it says it's on, but if it's not actually playing through the speakers, then. All right, hey everyone, I'm Dan Cosley. I live in human-centered computing and help out with secure and trustworthy cyberspace. I'm a permanent rotator, or a permanent program officer now as a rotator first. And I liked it so much I came back for the meeting.
Jenny, there's Mike.
Hello, hi, my name is Jenny Lee. I'm from OAC. I'm also a rotating program director, and I'm working, my program is CRII, Korea, and Core. So if you have any questions on those programs, let me know. Thank you.
And I am Phil Regalia. I am in the Communication Information Foundations program, and I will be trying to answer the online questions here. We have a few that we'll get to in just a second. Since we only have one microphone, it's awkward to run around. Why don't we put it in the center here? And if you have a question, why don't we all just come to the center, and then it's very easy for people to stand in line and get their question. So the first one we'll take online, which is what is the protocol to become a reviewer? Whoever would care to honor volunteer for that.
Yes. So
Yeah, for in person here, if you have any questions, please line up here first.
yeah, so what JD was saying, you can reach out to program officers who handle proposals that you're expert in, right? NSF has an award search tool. It's very useful. Reach out, give me a couple of sentences about your reviewing space and say that you're interested in being a reviewer. Some programs also have signups for it. So like Secure and Trustworthy Cyberspace, Smart Connected Health have little surveys that you can ask to be a reviewer on. Don't be surprised if you don't get selected as a reviewer, because there's lots of proposals, but also lots of reviewers. So feel free to follow up in 6 months to a year if you ask and you haven't been on. Yeah, just remind us.
For OAC, we have a newsletter. Please sign up for a newsletter, and then we have a send out invitation for you to be reviewed.
Okay, if you're in the second year of tenure and you consider submitting a career award, what is your recommendation? I believe JD answered that during his presentation. There is no rule against submitting in your second year. In fact, it's good to get early feedback. If you got some great ideas, then please submit them at that point in time. Next question says, any tips for tailing an application from a primarily undergraduate institution to be competitive? The distinction here is that you won't have access to graduate students. I'll open this question for the panel.
Okay, so there are lots of answers to this. One of the things that is so exciting about these undergraduate institutions is that you're about education. So having a very strong, exciting education plan that integrates research is the way to go. In terms of research, we've had career awardees, a couple of them are measurement awardees, and because undergraduates can do that, we've also had people, it depends on the program, have postdocs. So you could include a postdoc even though you can't have graduate student. But yeah, pick up some topic that's doable with you and your undergrads. And so that, I'm sure that Jason's here nodding his head, so he probably has something else to say.
No, I actually don't have much more to add. I think that for any proposal that you put in, you need to tailor the proposal based on your local resources. So you want to structure your research problems based on the resources that you have available to you to execute that research plan. As Darleen mentioned, we have funded, well, I don't know exactly how many, but I know at least in the portfolio that I manage, we have a number of careers that were funded at primarily undergraduate serving institutions, and they've been incredible projects. They do, on average, I would say, emphasize a bit more on the education side than other careers, but that isn't a requirement. So that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, question from
Can I just go back? So one of those questions says we're at the second year of tenure. I think we're interpreting that as the second year of your tenure track appointment, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're already tenured, then you are no longer eligible. Congratulations. Okay, we have a question from within the group, please.
Hi, Nancy Folda from Brigham Young University. I've been hearing a lot about the education plan portion of this proposal. I feel pretty comfortable with research plans at this point. My imagination is limited when it comes to education plans. I wondered if each of you could share the coolest education plan you've seen, just to help me broaden my scope.
So of course, we can't share the details because proposals are confidential, right? But I have a couple of principles for you, right? One is that your university probably has a group that's designed to help people develop and assess education plans. There's almost certainly some kind of center or department there. And so reaching out to them for advice is kind of my first general suggested step if you don't have a lot of that. The second one is a more general comment about broader impacts. NSF lists a lot of kinds of things that you can do to have broader impact with your work. And it's usually more convincing to have a few of those with some detail and passion rather than a giant list of things that you talk about for like 1 or 2 sentences each. Like, we're gonna do courses and we're gonna have some museum exhibits and we're gonna do 1-day camps for 9th graders, right? Have a couple of things that are really meaningful to you and really meaningful to the project. And ideally, Career talks about research and education integration. How does your exhibit in a museum or your summer camp for 11th graders or your curriculum development for your institution really connect to your project and advance the resources that are out there for other people, right? And I'll be honest, creativity is good. Rolling random things on your own without sort of existing partners and programs and advice can be a little hairy, right? So try to build on resources that you have around you and then think about things that really matter to you. That's what I would say. Sorry, that's a general answer.
I should point out, we specifically instruct reviewers not to treat the education plan with broader impacts as a checklist, so don't feel you have to look at any boxes.
Can I give a counter example? We have one case, as one proposal was really great, there's research plan, and then at the very end, only one paragraph of education plan. We don't want to see that kind. We would like to see is integration of research into the education. Thank you.
So if I may add,
Please.
yeah, so if I may add, there will be a session with 4 people. 4 career awardees who will be talking here for the 1 hour or 1 hour, 20 minutes, I forget. And they can give you concrete examples for sure from their own experience.
Okay, online question says, what is the correct way to contact multiple program directors while trying to find the right one? The short answer is 1 email, all of them, the 2 lines, so that we know who you're contacting and we can coordinate research between us. Okay, how to determine if a research plan is worthy of a 5-year duration? Look at that in the panel. In other words, what are we looking for when we say a 5-year versus a 3-year plan?
That's a difficult question to answer. So how do you know if your research plan is appropriately structured for a career? So when we look at a career versus, for example, a core small proposal, we're looking at a proposal that is larger in scale and that positions the PI for a lifetime of career success. So we're looking for something a little bit different. Quite often when folks reach out to us in the computer systems research cluster, we recommend that they structure their career in terms of core goals that will be achieved or are very likely to be achieved during the 5-year career plan, and stretch goals, because 5 years is difficult to forecast how far you're going to move. And so we try to advise the PIs that it's a good idea to include stretch goals that don't take the ideas entirely off the table if you don't finish them, but give reviewers a sense of where you're trying to position yourself for when that career project ends. So you want to think about the career program as setting up your research pathway beyond the 5-year period. Now, how do you know whether or not you have enough? Geez, I hope Dan has an answer, or maybe Darleen.
Try. Yeah. So that point Jason made about the capital C career proposal and the little c career that it's setting up is actually really nice, right? Panelists want to understand why this project, which actually is surprisingly limited in resources for a 5-year project, right? It's not that big actually in terms of dollars and support, sets you up for this bigger career. The other thing I want to add, and you know, the way you find out is by running it past people in your community, right? People often feel like they need to go it alone. The more feedback you can get from people in your community, before the panel and before the submission, the less likely you'll get that feedback after your submission is probably declined, right? Asking people for advice who know the field, who have written these kinds of proposals before, is really important. And then that's the third thing I want to add is that when you say what are we looking for, NSF looks for things a little bit, but you know what we really listen to is reviewers, panelists, right? We don't sort of completely do everything they say, but we listen to them very carefully. So whenever you ask yourself a question, what is NSF looking for? A significant part of your brain should be thinking, what are people who are doing the kind of research I'm doing thinking is important in the field right now, right? Because we take a lot of input from that.
So I want to add that if you show your proposal to somebody in the community, that person is going to have a conflict with you. They should not be on a review panel once they've, already pre-reviewed it for you. So you typically go out to people who are either in your department or you have a conflict with. I also suggest that people ask people in their department in a related field, but not your field, and don't review it. Tell me what you think I'm proposing. Because one of the most important things that you're clear about what the research problem is, why it's important, what everyone else is doing in the field. So you've done a really good review of the literature. What are you going to do? How are you going to do it? What are some preliminary results? Now, what's the purpose of preliminary results? It says, I know how to do research, and I've shown you that the path I want to take makes sense, and that you as a reviewer and you as NSF can feel that I know what I'm doing, and yes, that 5-year project, I can do it and it makes sense.
I would add on the 5-year duration, coming back to what the reviewers want to see. I instruct reviewers that nobody has a crystal ball that can see 4 or 5 years into the future. Therefore, we do not expect to see that you have mapped out 5 years. They went up to year 4, you're doing this, year 5, you're doing that. That's not very convincing. What I explain is that we'd like to see that in the first 2 or 3 years that you make progress on the direction you set. And if you get that far, that will open new doors, that will sustain you further into the future. There's a longer trajectory part of the place here. And looking at the career awards we have made, we are consistently amazed how in year 4 of the report, we're seeing very interesting work that was not foreseen at the time the proposal was submitted, because nobody has a crystal ball. But you got that far because we gave you a license to explore. So that's the direction. Just to close that one up. Okay.
So I want to just add one thing.
Yes.
And that is, the topic should be broad enough to cover 5 years. And if for a single investigator with a student. So it's not like you're doing 5 years and you know, it's something that you need 3 people to work on, 3 senior people to work on. So, but on the other hand, it shouldn't be after 2 years, you've written a paper and it's done. You've solved the problem pretty much. And everything is just, after that, it's just kind of putting icing on the cake or doing a little incremental work. So that, but it's hard, right? So we can say these things, but it's hard. So you will learn the art of creating proposals over your career. And the first time around, it's really hard, but you know, you need to try it.
Okay, I think we have a question now in the room.
Yeah, thanks. Just to follow up for the Jason's question. By the way, I'm Zhichao from ASU. And besides the educational plan and also the 5 years long-term vision, what's the major difference between the career and the Cosmo proposal? For example, the successful risk, novelty, or the preliminary results, or your foundation of research at current stage? So anything we can follow when we prepare for the career, because maybe some of us already have the experience for the core, small, or medium writing.
So I'll start just by reiterating the difference between, as Dan said, at the small C and the big C. So when we talk about the difference between our core programs and the career program, we're looking at career projects that are really setting these PIs up for a lifetime of career success. So in some sense, you want to think of the career program as an acceleration runway. So you're going to define the research tasks that you're going to execute during that 5-year plan, and those should be reasonably well defined. But as you reach the later years of that project, we're expecting you to position yourself for success beyond the career project. And this is where things are less clear, right? It's harder to tell where you'll be 4 and 5 years out. The other thing that I think is quite different between the core program and the career program is that we do in the career program, we expect a very strongly integrated education plan. So in the core program, you can meet the broader impact criteria in lots of different ways. You don't necessarily have to have an education plan as part of your core proposal. In the career, you must have an integrated education plan that's tightly coupled to your research and that is well defined. And that certainly can meet the broader impact criteria, but often we expect there to be other elements as well. So other folks may have additional points of difference they may want to add.
All right, so 2 quick observations. One is career is about the only 5 years award you can get unless you're sort of at large scale stuff, right? So if your work has a longitudinal component, that can be a really excellent way to take advantage of the career award, right? Like if you want to follow a population for a long time, if you want to do repeat internet measurements of censorship over a long time, career is a great venue for that. And that's a little different than most core awards, which are usually 3 years, 4 for the mediums. The other thing about career is that it's much more sort of single investigator. You can have senior personnel on a career now. You didn't used to be able to do that. But in general, panelists will sort of expect, and your budget and structure should reflect an award that's mainly about you and your ideas and advancing the career, which is a little weird considering that sometimes we want interdisciplinary collaborative stuff, but it is one difference from a lot of core smalls and mediums if you're used to working in larger.
So I have another thing to say about when you submit a proposal. It should not be just an extension of your dissertation. The purpose is to say that you are going to do something new. I mean, it can be in the same area, but it should look like, further experimentation from your dissertation. So that is something that reviewers and NSF look at really carefully.
Another factor we're looking at for career is the person. So we're looking for the leadership of the person, especially for AAC. We have cyber infrastructure, high performance computing clusters, all those. We're looking for your contribution to the community, and that will really help you. So I will add that. That's different from core as well.
Okay, another online question is that some preliminary results be helpful for a successful career proposal actually versus something and speculative category. But how much preliminary work in the subject matter is expected? What is the balance between preliminary?
I'm happy to start with this. So I actually think about preliminary work a little different than Darleen presented it earlier, okay? The part I agree with, it should set up your current proposal in terms of your ability to do it, but also crucially, where are the gaps and or what can I use from that preliminary work in terms of methods or connections I've built to advance the current research. What panelists want, and remember, you guys should be thinking about proposals are persuasive documents for panelists. Right? What panelists want is they want to understand that you can do the work, right? But they mostly want to understand what the work is going to be. So your preliminary work should generally be pretty short and very tight relative to the plans that you're going to have. Because if you spend too much time on the past, you can't spend enough on the future for people to evaluate it, and people start to get confused about what's the past and what's the future, right? So not very much, and with a preliminary work, and with a goal of setting up, like Darleen said, the expertise, your ability to execute your project, and what you learned from that to make your project sort of really valuable. Because that's the other thing with preliminary work. If you put too much, then you might get that incremental feeling from panelists sometimes. So you got to make clear where the big new opportunities are with it.
If I can, I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
I was just going to add, and really this is repeating what Dan has already said, that you want to include enough to convince the reviewers, but not more. And so that's kind of where you want to be. When folks think about what the preliminary work is there for, of course, it's there to persuade that the approach that you're proposing is going to actually work and make some sense and give some clarity to where you're going. But the other thing that the preliminary work does is it helps reviewers answer the question, is the PI qualified to conduct the work proposed? And so you have lots of different ways that you can make that argument by pointing to prior publications. But for me, there's nothing more convincing that someone can do the work they're proposing than to show me an example of what they've already done down that pathway.
Yes, we have a question from the room.
Hi, good morning. Angel Flores from UT El Paso. Let's say we have a good research plan and an educational plan. Now we have to do the integration. And I work with robotics and have not many issues to inform the education with my research. But I'm having a hard time to connect back the education to my research, because in education, it's more like, let's say, outreach activities and things like that. It's not very advanced. So how that can help my research?
So I would think robotics would be one of these really exciting things for undergraduate and graduate students, because it's very concrete and people get excited about robots, I think. So setting up modules of things that people at different stages in their career can do with robotics, I think, is something you can think about.
I think what I'm hearing is that you're looking for bidirectional connectivity. So your research driving education, education driving research. That would be wonderful if we saw that in every career proposal, but that's certainly not the case. So we tend to see many successful career proposals that are unidirectional. So you have research that is driving education, but that connection backwards isn't necessary. It'd be wonderful, but it's not necessary.
Although, if you're building things like frameworks and tools and stuff, having those get into your classes as a way to sort of validate that the tool can be used by other people and possibly to generate new ideas for projects that might then come back to your research. Right, there's power dynamics when you do research with students on things that you're doing, so you need to be careful about that. But, you know, a lot of people in my part of the universe want to build tools for people to then be able to implement interfaces or something, say, right? Well, if you do that, or they want to do prototyping exercises with a community, well, that's a great kind of service learning thing that you might integrate into a project that would give people, you know, real educational value in the topics that you're researching on that might then help you actually advance your work, right? It obviously depends on the kind of work you're doing, but those are some ways that you can.
The kind of project Dan just mentioned will be definitely fit OAC. Thank you.
Next question from the room.
Hi, I'm Eva from Missouri S&T. My question is kind of similar to this education and research thing. So I'm coming from more of a theory side, but it may apply to other areas. So suppose we're trying to work on proving conjecture X using technique Y. Now, the problem is, how do you train students beforehand to work on technique Y? So it may take a couple of years to build up that kind of a tool set. Now, can that plan of actually training them to start working with technique Y be part of my research or education, or what would be?
Well, what you described is more likely to be appropriate for graduate education if it's an advanced theoretical technique. But priming undergraduates who want to go into that general area could be part of your education plan, even if they're not necessarily going to specialize in technique Y. Right? Because each specialized technique has a broader context, and oftentimes some lure type bait type problems that get undergraduates or even sometimes high school students interested in the general area. Now, you're not guaranteed that each of those students is going in the direction Y, but you are broadening the pool of students who will go into that general direction. That's often a very effective technique for theoretical studies. One of the common traps for advanced theoretical proposals, very welcome by the way in CCF, is that they make claims that they're going to teach, very esoteric techniques to high school students without thinking about, well, how would you adapt it to their level? But any efforts that would simplify or scale it down, so to speak, to undergraduates or high school students is generally highly appreciated. Because that's where we're getting the next generation, the next batch or cohort of students.
So mine was more directed towards graduate students, but even with graduate students, what I've seen from experience is that it takes a couple of years for them to really be proficient enough to advance the field. So if I'm promising a 5-year project, every year I'm doing something, but ultimately I have to do something with the students, right? So should I be like more honest to the practicalities and mention in the first few years, it will be more about building the intellectual infrastructure for working on the project.
What you're speaking of is a pipeline. A pipeline is not built in a day. It spans many years. And so it's best in that case, as you say, to be honest, which part of the pipeline are you targeting? Why do you think your efforts would make a difference? And especially if you have any mechanisms that would assess how successful you are over a 5-year period, that would also be very interesting to research. Others have comments.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. This is Iman from Rutgers University. I'm working on a project related to the Department of Agriculture. I'm developing a machine learning tool to tackle a challenging problem related to agriculture. My collaborators are from USDA as well. I was just wondering, such a proposal, is it still deemed suitable for NSF carrier? And if it is, which division I should aim for? Thank you.
That feels like a two-pager question, not a public question.
I can take a very quick stab at it.
Yeah.
So the short answer in SISE is that if your proposal is focused exclusively on advancing agriculture, it would be out of scope for all programs in SISE if it's focused exclusively on ag. With that said, SISE has a number of investments already in proposals that advance precision agriculture while advancing other components within SISE. And so offline, happy to talk with you. We have a number of programs that I can point to where there is overlap with the precision ag space. And I'll just mention that engineering, our engineering directorate also has investments in the agricultural space. You might remember the Signals in the Soils program, for example.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Fan from University of South Florida. I have a question, a little bit detailed about requesting previous funded proposal. The reason why I asked that is because in the past, I have some successful and unsuccessful experiences reaching out to the PI for their proposal. If there is some proposal that we really would like to check out because they're funded and relevant to what we are proposing, do we directly go to the PO or should we reach out to the PI first and then wait and then come back to the
Should reach out to the PI.
Okay.
NSF considers proposals confidential, so we are not allowed to share them with any third parties.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Go ahead.
That's not exactly correct. What you just said is not exactly correct. They can do a Freedom of Information Act.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you can request a proposal.
For funded projects.
For funded projects, you can request a Freedom of Information Act.
Yes,
request.
that's what I asked. Funded
Oh.
project, yeah,
Yes, funded projects,
Yeah.
you'll have to go.
okay, thank you.
Next question, yes, thanks.
Thank you for this workshop. I'm Narayanan from the University of Arizona. I work on quantum computing in general. So my question was, I submitted to the career program last time. It didn't go through. So they were happy with the education plan. I found a balance between like the technical detail that I wanted to put in and also kind of like the vision, and it was more of like an architecture proposal related to quantum computing. But then the feedback I got was they wanted to see more technical depth. So how do I understand who I'm writing for and how broad their expertise can be?
You can talk to the program director in the MVP program. I assume that's where you submitted and explore in greater detail. We will have breakout sessions this afternoon for far more program-specific questions. And I believe Elizabeth Behrman will be online this afternoon. She would be the person to follow up on that. In this session, we're trying to aim for more general questions, but go ahead.
I do have a general comment on that, right? Thinking about who you can aim for, right? Panel construction, we give blobs of proposals, and we can talk in infinite detail about how we break out proposals between program officers. We're trying to find people who cover the space of whatever's on a particular panel, right? And so you can get some idea of the kinds of people that we might think of and that the tools NSF gives us to suggest panelists from looking at the kind of people who publish in the communities that you're in and who have gotten NSF awards that are related to your topic. And for career in particular, a lot of us tend to get more senior folks. I don't have very many junior folks on career panels, right? And they're often career awardees as well when we can. And so you can get a very good sense of kinds of people that might be on the panel by grunging through the award search database for awards that have been made in the programs you're targeting.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Xin Wang. I'm from UC Santa Cruz. So from my understanding, we need to come up with the research plan and the education plan, as well as the evaluation of those plans, right? And I just want to know, what are usually the expectations of the panelists for the for the evaluation part? Like, are there any principles for the for the evaluation plan?
Well, I'll just give a general remark that varies markedly from program to the next. You should talk with the program directors. As an example, in communication foundations, being a foundational program, a lot of these are theoretical proposals, and the evaluation plan basically is, can you prove your theorems? You don't need to develop 2 pages on that. It kind of goes without saying. In CNS, at the other extreme, they will expect to see a section labeled as your evaluation plan or a validation plan. I think Darleen can speak in greater detail than that. It can be far more specific. IIS will be somewhere in between, and it's also to let the other program directors give their sense of what they're looking for in a validation or an operation.
I don't have much to add other than that in computer network systems and computer systems research and in networking as well, the evaluation plan or the validation plan that shows up in a career proposal draws on the same kind of ideas that you use to evaluate your work in journals and in conferences. So it isn't fundamentally different. The scale's different, of course, because you're looking at a 5-year plan, so it's not down into necessarily the individual nuts and bolts and here is the percentage that I'm going to achieve above that disk scheduler. It's not necessarily that, but it's the same kind of methods. The education plan on evaluating the education and outreach plan, which we do expect to see in a career proposal, we'd encourage you to connect with folks at your institution or folks outside your institution to help you develop an assessment plan that makes sense for your specific educational activities.
For us, evaluation plans, one thing you don't want to do is someone internal. You don't want your advisor, PhD advisor to evaluate. It's very important to find an external evaluator. That's one thing we should understand. Thanks.
So I keep coming up with these super general things, but they're useful, right? So one thing that I see in a lot of proposals, is that the evaluation plan doesn't exactly address the claimed contributions, right? So if you're gonna build a system that's gonna be useful for people, like an AI system for decision support, if all of your evaluation is like, you know, F1 metrics and loss functions of AI methods without talking to people, you have a bad evaluation plan. Or if you say, we're doing this with clinicians, but we're gonna test it with undergrads, you have a bad evaluation plan, right? You want your evaluation plan to be well aligned with the contributions you want to make, because you're evaluating whether you're making the contributions that you find in the proposal.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Carla Padilla-Urquiola from the University of Notre Dame. And my question is, what are the limitations or the boundaries of international research? So like, for example, is it okay to have an international collaborator, but not international data? I guess, yeah, where are the boundaries on that?
Well, as a general principle, from NSF, it's difficult to fund international collaborators unless you can make the case that it's essential for the project and the expertise cannot be found in this country. That said, having unpaid collaborators anywhere across the globe is perfectly acceptable.
And data is fine. In fact, it's often quite valuable if you're looking to validate things in different sort of, you know, country or political or cultural contexts, right?
Also, different country might be different. For instance, we have DST programs or core programs, so it depends on the country.
All right, thank you. Estelle Smith from the Colorado School of Mines. This is actually similar to the question online, so I'm going to read the question online as well from Fanny Vadru. Should the career education plan explicitly target students? Is it okay if it exclusively focuses on non-student populations? My question is pretty similar because I'm very interested in the general public as my educational component. So I'm curious if that is there any weight going one way or another? Like, is it better to focus on students? Is it better to focus on the general population? And if we're trying to evaluate general population, that's obviously, you know, like we have an educational center at my university that I could talk to. Are they still the right people to talk to in terms of trying to think about assessments for that? Or do you have other recommendations for how to assess that general population?
I'll start with a general answer, then pass off my colleagues. Short answer is yes. Just to give one example, in cybersecurity, the problem isn't all the students we're training in cybersecurity. The problem is the general population. So an education plan would be far more impactful if it targets the non-students. Now, other domains might be different. We open the floor to the other panelists.
I was leaning over to Darleen asking whether this was allowed, so I didn't know the answer. I suspect that just, given that I don't know the answer, and perhaps Darleen wasn't sure either whether this was allowed, it might be the kind of thing that could raise questions for reviewers. So so while it may be, there are many things which are allowed by the NSF, but reviewers may look at it, I guess from program to program, reviewers may look at the proposal and wonder why there isn't a plan that's directly targeting undergraduates or grad students. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's an interesting question.
For us, as the general public, it will be like a broader impact, outreach activities, and the students will be more your education activities.
So every once in a while, I get a panelist who's just convinced you have to have classes, right? But really, you can have lots of kinds of broader impact. And when I'm a program officer facilitating a panel, I remind panelists of that. What I will say, and going back to my penchant for general answers, panelists love a good rationale for everything in your proposal. The problems, the theories, the data, the case studies, the sites, the design frameworks, the experimental methods, the classes, everything, right? If you're gonna propose a class, why this class? If you're gonna reach out to a museum, why this museum? The more you can say about why, the better panelists can assess your proposal. Right? And whys are very powerful for helping you set the terms of engagement.
So you should always, for every proposal you write, go back to the solicitation and see what the language says. I read it last night, but I didn't remember the answer, what it says.
Solicitation does say general.
Yeah, all right, see, look at the solicitation, always for every proposal you submit.
Beautiful, and solicitation does mention general public. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Jason Boobin from Binghamton University. I just have a really quick question about sort of how the sausage is made. I want to know, when you guys impanel for career proposals, do you construct panels specifically for careers, or do you lump them in with like smalls? And how is this done across size and different for different programs?
Even for career, we have many panels, multiple panels for just career stuff.
So we have occasionally had a panel that did CRII at the same time as career, but we absolutely divide it and we give new instructions when we go from one to the other. It's very clear to the panelists which proposals they're looking at, what are the review criteria, what are we looking for? I mean, we may get very few. For example, I think, we had a handful of CRI last year, so we put them together with sometimes we put them together with smalls. But every time we do that, we do two things. One is make sure that the people we select for the panel are appropriate for the specific proposals that are on the panel. And secondly, that we're very clear about instructions about what that specific program requires, and then we target the people to make sure they understand.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, I'm Subhas Pakri from University of Houston Downtown. And it's a University of Houston Downtown is a minority solving institute. And so I just want to know, right now I'm doing the researches, and my all researches, I graduated from Wichita State University 1 year ago, and I'm using resources from that university. I don't have those kind of resources in my university right now. And my dissertation committee member, they are very generous to me, and they are providing all those resources. And they have promised me in the near future also, they will allow me to use those resources. Will that be considered as the local resources for my university or not?
You're always welcome in a career proposal, and depending on each solicitation, but for the career proposal, you're allowed to provide letters of collaboration, not letters of support, but letters of collaboration. The collaboration template that you should follow is specified in the PAPG, so you're not allowed very much flexibility, but it provides a way for your collaborating institution to commit those resources to your project over the lifetime of the project without saying too much more. So although that's not necessarily local resources, if you're able to show that you have access to the resources you need at a collaborating institution, that's perfectly okay.
Also, we have a program for minorities of institutions. You might want to look at that. Expand research for minorities of institutions.
Let's take one more online question at this point. We have a few questions asking, what if I have multiple proposals submitted at the same time? Or what if I have already received a CRII? Does this influence whether or not I might get a career award?
No.
Approximately no, right? But I will say the general thing, if you have multiple proposals, right? Everybody has ideas and lines of work that have pieces that are related, but you want to be careful that you don't have simultaneous proposals that would look kind of like they were the same research to people. That's very bad and explicitly prohibited by the map sheet, right? And sometimes people can be a little bit of a victim of their own success if they have a lot of work, right? You have to make clear the new, important, valuable contributions from this proposal relative to the field, including homework.
So CRI is sort of special because often we think that people will use that to do preliminary work. And if you did use it to do preliminary work, then you include that work from the CRI into your career saying, this is what I did. And then everything we've said about the preliminary work holds. So it's kind of hard to jumpstart a career when you've done no research at all as a faculty member. So that's why CRI and your startup package from the major universities that allows you to do some research feed into what the preliminary work for this project.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Saira Anwar and I'm from Texas A&M University. My questions, actually, there are multiple questions here. The first one is, career as a sole proposal, PI proposal. In other grants, we do get comments on the team, and here we have advisory board. So how important it is to have that advisory board, which can be of different domains, which can support the proposal, or is it not relevant in career?
Absolutely. So in some, so one thing about NSF is that actually practices are quite different in different places, even to the extent of how panels are done, right, as you heard. The EDU director, the education director, advisory boards are very common there, right? My own opinion about advisory boards is they should not just be name dropping people. They should be contributing something meaningful to your project, right? If they're just name dropping people and you say, I have an advisory board and here's $10,000 for them and we'll meet once a year, that's not very helpful, right? But in EDU, they would expect that, but they would also expect you to say more about it. So have an advisory board if it actually makes your project better, and otherwise probably don't.
I don't think I've ever seen an advisory board on a networking proposal. So there's, it's not something that's required by the needs or even expected in my program.
Right, so I'm thinking now, in our office, the career is supposed to be a leadership, it's not under advisory, so we can consider evaluation for other advisory.
The other question is, if, let's say, whatever I'm proposing, I want to test it on students from multiple organizations or multiple institutions, will I be needing the letter of support or the letter of collaboration within the proposal because the data is to be collected from various institutes?
I think whenever you claim in a proposal that you're going to engage with another institution or another set of investigators, reviewers tend to expect there to be a letter of collaboration included to document that commitment from those participants.
Getting my steps in. And panelists, remember, one of the things panelists want to assess is whether you can do the work that was proposed, both in terms of your background, so, things like, preliminary results can help, but also in terms of resources, right? Like in my field, somebody might want to, have gigantic amounts of access to a company's internal data, Well, you should document that, or you might want to be work with 120 people with mild cognitive impairment. You probably can't find those people on Amazon Turk, right? Or through your undergraduate recruitment pools. You probably might have some partner organizations that help you that, and then you do want the collaborations. But the principle is panelists want to understand that you can do the work. That's the principle.
And don't forget, you're going to have to go through an IRB if it's actually using human subjects.
A couple of online questions on it as well combined for career proposal. Number one, is a lot of collaboration from industry. And number two, how are publications out top tier conferences and journals taken into account in the proposal review? So the first one is easy. Letters of collaboration are not allowed in any NSF proposal.
Letters of support.
Letters of support, I'm sorry, letters of support. Yeah, letters of support, not letters of collaboration. Industry, absolutely based on what Dan just told us, that documents and the industry is willing to commit resources to your project. As for publications that are top tier conferences and journals, this again, I guess is going to vary somewhat with the field. Occasionally we get reviewers who have a snob attitude. I didn't see their paper at NERD, so this guy must be second rate. We as program directors strongly push back against that. We're here to evaluate your work and the potential, not simply to dole out money based on your past accomplishments, as JD emphasized earlier this morning. Any other comments?
Yeah, this is a slightly slanted view of this, but so if you submit a proposal in July and then you get a conference paper in December and the panel meets in January, then what you published better not be what you proposed. Because we don't fund research that's already accomplished. So this is kind of, we've had this happen where the entire proposal was published. Or somebody was on a review committee for a publication. That's a little bit tougher, but sometimes if you do a Google, it's amazing what Google will find of papers that have already been written. Whether they've been published or not, that is the exact same research. We've had people go through line by line trying to figure it out. So just avoid that. So make sure that what you're proposing, remembering it's going to take 6 months, 7 months to get funded, shouldn't be something that's already been completed and shows up in a paper somewhere.
Another good online question. Does the prohibition of having multiple proposals on the same top research project extend to overlap with funded projects from non-NSF sources? The correct answer is yes. Every proposal will submit a current and pending support document. Reviewers do look at that. And if they see so much a similarity in the title, they will jump to the conclusion, correct or incorrect, that it's probably the same thing. And therefore, there's non-trivial overlap. The ball is in your court to distinguish what sets this apart from your projects.
Yeah, if that question is, I have funding, I'm gonna try to get more funding for the same thing, absolutely not, right? The current and pending document has a place where you can talk about the relationships between awards to help people understand what the big new contribution of this one is. You can also, if you have prior NSF support, which some of you will, you can use that section to help people both demonstrate your ability to do the work and that gap. Right, so
I want to use this as an opportunity to be really clear about how you write your proposal. So I went through some of the things, it's a Hallstrom catechism, if you know that. But also, one of the things that almost every panel I get, some reviewers will say, you know, this is really exciting work, but I can't tell what has already been done and what's being proposed. And that's bad proposal writing. You know what you've done and what you proposed. So don't fall into that trap. Make a clear distinction between those. So people can get excited about what their future research is, not just what you've done in the past.
And correlated question again online, what if the resources for your project extend beyond what you can reasonably ask for a career award? How do we handle getting funding from other sources? Again, be very clear about what this covers, what it does not, what these external sources cover, what do not. Never fall into even the appearance of what's called double dipping, being paid twice for the same work. So the ball is in your court to make clear what that distinction is. You play it, accountant or project manager at some level, that goes with the profession. Middle microphone has too much echo. There's not a darn thing I can do about that. Then at what point do external resources become cost share? This is a more technical question. Does anybody here know what the definition of cost share really is from a legal perspective? Great, I don't.
I think if it's listed in the budget, sure, the PAP key will find it.
Yeah, my understanding is that the cost share means if you get this award, then your institution is going to kick in this much on top of that. I'm not even sure if that's correct. Do you know the answer off the cup, JD?
Yeah, so the real issue is voluntary.
Microphone.
Yeah. Prohibition is about voluntary committed cost share by your institution. So it is your institution saying, you know, we agree upfront that for a certain scope of this program, we'll chip in to help fund. That is the thing that is precluded by the NSF policy.
Thank you for that clarification. We have another.
Hi, this is Ella Sultanagai from UC. I have a question about multidisciplinary research. If there is one bullet in 3 different programs that fit what you're proposing, but the knowledge you're actually generating out of the research you're doing is like connecting these areas, how should we really approach finding the right program for this? And please don't answer CPS program because that's not interdisciplinary. So you need to have the feedback loop, which might not necessarily be the part you're proposing. Yeah, thank you.
So I suspect everybody will have ideas on this. It's a fantastic question. So when you have a proposal that comes in that's evenly split across 3 programs, the challenge that creates for us is where to house it. So who's going to lead the review? Which community is going to review that proposal? That's the challenge that we face. Now, I'm going to answer the question in a couple of different ways. So one, I'm going to simplify a bit. Let's say that you put in a proposal that was split hypothetically between CSR and NETS. When we receive a proposal like that, we try to identify where are the primary contributions. We hope that it's not 50-50. So we hope that it's 60-40, and that makes it easier for us to determine who is lead. When we receive a proposal like that, we reach out in CSR, we reach out to our colleagues in NETS, we reach out to our colleagues in CCF, depending on where the split is, so that we can jointly review those proposals. My recommendation, though, is that you might not love what we determine as the lead home for your proposal. So make it crystal clear what is primary, what is the primary community that should review this proposal, and also make it clear what are the secondary communities, because that's a prompt for us to reach out to our colleagues in other divisions and directorates.
Yeah, so that question of articulating your contributions is really important because it's surprising how many proposals don't. They don't really say what their contributions are, what they think their primary contributions are, and who the communities are. They talk about their activities. They talk about the problem. They don't talk about contributions. And then that makes it even harder for us to play this game. Right? So that's the general thing behind this. The more specific thing is that program officers are perfectly happy getting 1 to 2 page project summary like documents, but without a whole lot of motivating stuff at the front and a lot more about your intellectual communities, contributions, research questions, and activities. And if you send that to a program officer, or, you know, or if you have a couple of programs that you're thinking of to those program officers, we will try to help you understand how we see our programs, which is not always the same as it looks like in the solicitation, right? And we will try to help you say, based on the way you framed it now, it sounds more like human-centered computing or secure and trustworthy cyberspace or smart and connected health, depending on what it is. And then, you know, we are happy to sort of, I mean, we can't iterate on proposals, it doesn't scale. But we're happy to give that feedback once or twice on a 1 to 2 pager, and that can really help you. But it is true, mechanically, we do things like try to figure out where the locus of the activity and contributions are. We can do co-review, we can get ad hoc reviewers from another community if we need one particular kind of expertise. Those are kinds of ways that we can.
Just to close out the question, be clear which audience you're in the end writing to. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I've heard some people get feedback about missing like a PhD mentoring plan. I know about the postdoc mentoring plan. What information are people looking for in terms of like, how are you going to mentor a PhD student or undergrad? Or is that very common?
We accept that since you have been hired in a tenure track faculty position, your university determines that you are qualified to teach and to mentor the students within your program. So we don't require any special plan other than you clear that.
Not true, not true PAPG. When the new PAPG comes into effect, you will be required to have a PhD.
I take back everything I said.
Does that take effect before the career deadline?
Yeah, I think the new PAPG is going into effect pretty soon, and it does. May 20th? Yeah, and it does specify that you should have a PhD mentoring plan. There is probably some advice somewhere about how to write them, and there will rapidly become templates as what happened with data management plans and postdoctoral mentoring plans. My general advice for these things is to try to get away from the templates and say something really serious about you, your project, your institution, and the postdoc students or data that you're working with in the plan, right? Now, this is a second order effect for panelists, right? Nobody has ever said, this proposal's okay, but the data management plan, fund that puppy, right? But showing an evident lack of care and assessment to sort of the way you do your business, right? Sometimes has a somewhat other effects on how panelists can think about it, right? But the specifics of what I would say, I don't know, because we haven't seen them yet.
Okay, I guess one follow-up is, does the PhD mentoring plan, would that include like undergrads and master's students, kind of like general mentoring?
I would have to look at the language of the PAPG, which I do not have embedded in my head, but it probably does not. But sometimes panelists want to know that you have a plan, especially if you like have a bunch of students in or you need to train them on new stuff. Sometimes they might want a little bit in your document about how you plan to work with them, and that's fine, right? But again, second order.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that brings us to the top of the hour. So thank you, everybody, for your questions. Any questions we didn't get online, we will during the coffee break time. So I believe it's now coffee break time. We will reconvene here at 30, and we will hear 4 interesting topics.
Okay. We are recording. All right, thank you for coming back to the session. So now we're starting the next session, and in the next 90 minutes, right? So we're going to have 4 past career awardees to talk about their career experience. So you have seen the 4 speakers are from 4 divisions of SAISE. So they have a different experience. I think they are going to share with you. I'm not going to introduce each one of them because they're going to introduce themselves anyway, right? So the first speaker will be Josiah Hester.
Cool. All right, can people hear me? Is this okay? Yeah, nodding, excellent. All right, yeah, so I have about 3 hours of content for 20 minutes, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm first, so I guess I get to take all the time. Just kidding, Bart. So yeah, I'm Josiah Hester. I'm an associate professor in interactive computing and computer science at Georgia Tech. Previously was at Northwestern University for 5 years in ECE. Just got tenure, although it's not awarded until like July, so you know I can't say anything too provocative. Thank you. Just kidding. I will be provocative. That's why they brought us. The program directors can say a lot of things, and then we can give our kind of uncensored opinions about all the different things and processes and ideas that you might be able to use in your career proposal. I'll tell you my journey through this, a little bit about my work, just to give you some amount of context. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that because that might not be as interesting for you. The timeline, how I developed a career vision, so maybe some of the philosophical aspects. And then I'm going to literally take you through page by page of the career very quickly, my own proposal, because I imagine many of you maybe have not seen how more modern proposal is made. A lot of the old templates are kind of like 10 years old, so maybe this is opportunity, and I'm happy to share this with you after the fact. I'll just put it on my website. And then we'll talk about some best practices. And I should say that all the other speakers and probably some of the program directors and maybe other people in the room will completely disagree with at least some parts of what I'm going to talk about, just because it's such an interesting individual experience. So take all of my advice and my pathway as just like this was my path, and what you can learn from it and take away may be different for each of you. All right, the 45-second version of what I do. Batteries are scary, sustainable computing important, e-waste bad. How can we change how we think about smart devices, especially internet-connected devices, by making them less ecologically harmful? If we could do that, maybe we have really long-lived things in space, in our hands, running around as little robots that could live for many, many decades even, or maybe live for 10, 20 seconds and have a low ecological impact. That's kind of a cool vision, right? Of course, to make that vision a reality, we have to deal with this fundamentally challenging problem of I have to run a really constrained device on limited energy with lots of power failures. So how do I make constrained, ultra efficient, power failure resilient computing systems? And this is kind of that challenge of the intermittent computing problem. So we've done a bunch of failure resilient architectures. Again, I'm in CSR or CNS. Architectures and hardware platforms, thinking about how we can scale and adapt to different workloads. We've also looked at intermittent computing in a novice-friendly fashion. So how can I rethink the compilation stack, compilation toolchain, to enable people that might not be as expert to program some of the most challenging embedded devices that we've built. Because everyone should be able to participate in the sustainable vision of computing. And we've had some full societal and scientific impact. So a lot of our work gets to go outside. I'm in Hawaii. Here I'm on reservation lands with the Ojibwe tribe, Bad River Band. And here we're doing some fun stuff on an ancient fish pond that my ancestors made in Hawaii to pass on kind of STEM ideas and computing ideas within the context of sustainability. All right. That was about a minute. So you know what I do now, more or less. Here's the timeline, just to give it all kind of upfront of what happened with me with my own career submission. So first of all, yeah, got a bachelor's in computer science, 2011. Go Tigers, what? No? Okay, Bart, come on. There we go. Jason, you were there too. Go Tigers. No, it's been a while, but Jason was actually, let's see, my first professor who taught me embedded systems. So very kind of cool to see him in these scenarios now, and how all of that has evolved. And I think I've come a long way from Tiny OS way back in the day. 2012, I met Jacob Sorber, my future advisor, and got introduced to research, learned about tiny computers. Fast forward a lot of the way, started my first faculty job in 2017. Obviously, I didn't have a lot of experience, right? Because my advisor was, I was his first student to graduate. So he was learning how to write proposals. He got his career, right, within the second or third, I think the second year of when I started. And that was the project I worked on, right? And so I remember even sitting in a hotel room at Census 2014, helping him write one part of it, really not really helping him, more like brainstorming with him, because I was not capable of writing anything at that point. And that kind of was the original start of my understanding of what a career was. Career in capital, all letters. All right, 2019, I attended a career workshop just like this. Bart, you might have been there too. Yeah, I think we're at the same one. That got me really excited. I do remember showing up with a one-pager that was just really, really terrible. And a NSF program director very kindly informed me of that. And that helped me kind of be like, oh man, I need to really kind of go deeper into thinking what I want to do, right? And the interesting ideas that I want to kind of push as a vision, right? 2020, some of you may remember the things that happened in 2020 was my first career attempt, and it fell flat, let's say. So I actually committed one of the cardinal sins that I think was already talked about, where I had some cool work and some cool publications, but I didn't know how to structure all these ideas I had, right, into something cohesive. So the first 8 pages, please don't do this, first 8 pages of my career were just like background information. And I think I had 3 pages of like, okay, here's the new stuff I'm doing, right? And I had a pretty cool, like I was getting there on my education outreach plan. But I talked to program directors afterwards, right? You know, I got the decline and I was like, okay, I got to figure out, you know, how to move on from this. Talk with them and they were like, hey, vision's cool. Tell us about the new stuff, right? Give us something interesting, go into detail, give the reviewers and us something to champion within these research contributions, right? You have, you know, think of this as a major revision, was the words that I was given. And then I also heard, not from Jason, but from Mimi, of the, hey, if there's cool ideas that aren't as fleshed out, just tell us that. Tell us that this is a stretch goal, right? Which is something that we do see a lot in, I guess, CSR. All right, 2021, second career attempt. That worked out. I think I got the reject, I think came in or I found out on Christmas of 2020. No, and I don't remember if it was just I checked or I emailed. So that was rough, a rough Christmas, just a rough year. And then 2022 was New Year's Day, I think, that I got the good information. And I was like opening up something to go home from Hawaii and it was popped up and high-fived my dad. That was cool. And then eventually, yeah, we moved on to new digs down south. And that's kind of the story. So that's the framing, right? There's so many twists and turns and different things in here, but let's move it along, right? Oh, the other big, not even context or background, is many other things in life happened as they do. I put the 3 most important ones, right? That, you know, this is interesting for those online that see the between the career attempts along with the pandemic. So these are things that are important and kind of color how we plan, and you know, you should think about them, right? All right, so philosophy. This may or may not jive with what the program directors have already said, but my philosophy kind of for career was, okay, I'm an assistant professor. I got like 6 years, well, then it was 5, then it was 4 years to come up with a cool vision of how I want to change the world. Probably, I don't want someone in the industry to tell me what to do. I want to do something unique. This is like our opportunity as professors to kind of do something interesting that we really believe in. So I had my giant vision for computing and the world, right? Sustainable, ubiquitous computing, accessible, equitable, and democratized, okay? Very large. How the heck do you turn that into research papers necessarily? So my PhD was this dot. This is not the scale. It's probably like 1,000 magnification, right? And was kind of a start, right? The seed of different techniques, especially in the systems area, that might translate into this vision. My career, I kind of view as this, right? So career as in, oh yeah, that's not blocked off. All capitals, 3 different research tasks that had papers in them that were fairly concrete, that would potentially point the way to this giant vision I had for computing the society and the world, right? We should be ambitious, right? At NSF, we're professors, we're scientists. Like, make no apologies for going, you know, way out there to make something really exciting. And my hope was that this journey would take my career, all caps, to my career single capital C. And that would kind of be the eventual goal. And that's kind of the idea is, I think career, at least for me, and definitely my approach, was I wanted to show some concrete steps towards a really ambitious vision, because I'd rather have people come and say, oh, that vision is way too ambitious. You know, but I get to get fund him because he has these kind of, you know, interesting ideas in the interim versus, wow, these are obviously going to be 3 or 4 papers, but it's not a really ambitious vision. So like, do you really want to fund that? Right. So I think people naturally get more excited, and I get more excited about something that's more reaching. All right. Let's see if this goes. Yeah. So give a vision of the future that's exciting. This is your chance to really dig in, right? Maybe even ask who you are, right? You just started your professor job most likely, or are kind of getting into it. There's a lot of kind of soul searching that is happening and will happen. Write it out. So it took me years, right, to kind of formulate exactly what this might mean. And I didn't really know what the vision was in my PhD, but it kind of naturally tended towards it. And then I was like, oh, this is what I've been doing with my life. And I think something to keep in mind that folks will really kind of see is find things that different reviewers can champion. And as Jason and others mentioned, really play to your strengths, even your institutional strengths, where you are. So we were in Chicago. There was really strong networks and connections with nonprofits, especially around environmental justice, right? Similar to Georgia Tech. I'm Native Hawaiian, so I had strong ties with my communities. So that informed a lot of how I structured my research staff as well as my education and outreach activities. And you are different, so you know, don't copy me, that won't be helpful. All right, let's do the tour. How much time do I have? I actually don't know. Maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Let's do the career guide tour. Leaving this up, hopefully you can see this. The first page of the career, hard to read, but I'll kind of highlight out different things, and the presentation will be shared later. I always started off with a very short motivator and the point. Reviewers are getting like what? 8 to 15, hopefully not 15 anymore, of these proposals to read. And you know, some of them might be reading them the night before, even though the program directors have begged and begged and begged and begged them not to do that, and they still are. So make it easier for them to pull out the things that are really awesome. I really like, and these are stylistic things that I'm talking about. You do not have to do these, but I will leave my overleaf proposal for you if you want to borrow this template. But you know, be unique. I loved bringing out, here is the whole point in the sentence, and the exercise of making this sentence, it took like a week at least after I'd written a lot of the proposal. That was a really good exercise to be like, here's my entire proposal in a sentence, take it or leave it. And then you get into this part of the 1 page, this is the front right matter of it, where I'm talking about the problem with the proposal and kind of giving that motivation. And then finally the merits, the impact, the approach. So really that first page is going to do a lot of work for you, in my opinion. And it's kind of the thing where someone's going to go back and they're flipping through PDFs or looking through kind of the things that they marked up when they're in the review panel to be like, oh, what are the things? Oh, yeah, no, we need to fund this person because they said this, and that's perfect for X, Y, Z, right? So you're giving ammunition for your program director and also for your reviewers. All right, page 2, we're going to go faster. I like to give binding themes, right? This is your chance to be a little philosophical, right? You need to be concrete, but you can also be philosophical because this is your whole career, potentially, that you're talking about, right? Little c. What are the themes and maybe the concepts that you're seeking to kind of hit after? So one of the things I was looking at is, how do I, take this new kind of ideas around hardware heterogeneity and weave that across layers of the stack? That seemed like a very high-level binding concept that was interesting to computer systems research. How do I adapt workloads, right, to changing energy, another core concept. This is a really complex figure. You'd have to ask my program directors if any of the reviewers actually liked it. It was a nice exercise for me to draw everything out. And I think it made a place for people to look at, but if anyone printed this out, I feel bad for them. Hopefully they use a PDF reader. I do like to have a figure that ties everything together. Essential research tasks, this is page 3. This is the stuff you're kind of like, that's a road to your vision. And then you get into background. I guess the only thing I want to say here is that many of the reviewers on your panel are not going to be on the exact same sub area of you. So having some pretty core background and challenges defined, as well as prior work and preliminary work, which are different, right, can help to set the stage for, okay, now here's the thing I'm contributing, right? So just being super clear structurally and organizationally will help address some of those problems that I think the program directors already talked about. Then you get the research plan, right? I took the approach of taking the most mature and articulated research task first to give the impression that I knew what I was talking about. And then my more ambitious, less backed up, right, versions or tasks were later on in the proposal. This is research paper mode. At this point, once you're in the research plan, y'all should know how to do this. You've written papers before. You know, prior work, prior art, suggest ideas, give literature and reason and justification. Weave in previous publications, right? Show that you know what you're doing. Separate out your prior work. You know, think about how to organize this in such a way that it's almost indexable. All right, so let's go to education outreach. So I don't know if the program directors explicitly said this, but your proposal can really die here. So don't just write a paragraph or just leave this aside, because that will kill it. I've seen in career panels where it has killed it. It's really an opportunity for you to do what you love, even if you're maybe in a place, maybe you're from not from the US, or you're in a different state, right? Or you moved across the country, or whatever it might be. You may not have community or something that you're really particularly drawn to, but what is the approach or the type of thing that you like to do? Maybe it is maker spaces and building stuff with, high schoolers and low-income parts of, a city near you, right? For me, I was able to make it very personal, which is important, right? If you're earnest and it's personal, you're credible on what you're doing. And that helped me develop something that was focused on my own community, and also let me go and, see that I'm actually having impact, translating the things I'm doing back to Hawaii. Here's a few ideas. There's tons more ideas. I say teaching a college class is not enough. You're already paid to do that for a living, so, come on, guys. I'm going to skip to those. Do what you're passionate about. Trying to go a little faster. All right, here we go. So here's some maybe best practices that haven't been mentioned before, and I would just want to give these as things that y'all can ask questions about, right? People have said senior mentors. I would highly recommend peer mentors, and now is the perfect time to find some of those peer mentors. So before you leave, set up a Zoom room call weekly, bi-weekly, with people from this room that are in your same directorate, and hold each other accountable and share ideas. Don't be afraid to share these ideas either, right? We're a scientific community, right? We're a collaborative, we're not competition. We're all early career, well, maybe mid-career, scholars, right? So this is a way that you can have peer mentors and get that, accountable feedback. Get lunch, drinks, and coffee. I really found this help just to get ideas out. And find people that are yes and. So in improvisational comedy, right, you're given a line or a context or a scene. The next thing you have to do is you have to say, yes, that happened, and now this happened, right? You're never taking an idea that someone gives you and throwing it away. You're building off of it, even if you think it's junk, right? So that's kind of who you need to look for. I would suggest these other methods to kind of make it happen. So start talking with students, brainstorming, having some forced writing time, having some mental health breaks, walk around the lake, go for a run. Don't ignore your physical fitness, and things like that. Very helpful to let those ideas germinate. And that's kind of the idea. You need to give your ideas time to germinate and grow, versus doing what the great sage Calvin and Hobbes by Bill Watterson said, which is where we innovate best in last-minute panic. There's a reason this is a joke, a comic strip, right? Give your ideas time. And I'd say I'd just leave you with this. I know this has been a blaze, and there's a lot of content, but we come back to this point of like, you're a professor, right? You could have done other things, right? You're an early career scholar, you're a scientist, could have gone to industry, been a line coder, done other things. This is a bright kind of way for you to explore something really interesting and novel and fun the next 5 years and not really be told necessarily what to do. So come with the best ideas and think of what's really interesting for you to go explore, right? And that's kind of why I leave this as a let's go exploring and go enjoy it. And good luck. Y'all can do it. Thank you.
All righty. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Feeling good? Excited? Great. All right, so I'm Bart. I'm currently at Clemson University, so you get more orange and purple. I'm an associate professor now. I did my PhD in informatics at UC Irvine, where I was doing research on privacy. I have a master's from Carnegie Mellon University, a professional master's in human-computer interaction. But I'm Dutch, by the way. That's why my last name is unpronounceable. I did a bachelor's in innovation sciences there, and then I was a researcher and teacher there for a while, and I did a master's in human technology interaction, and I worked on recommender systems. So privacy and recommender systems are my two areas of research. And so I started in Clemson, at Clemson in 2015. And I came out of my PhD doing research on privacy, and one of the first things I started doing was more research on privacy, right? Like I just came out of my PhD, I'd already done a lot of that work. I hadn't really given up my research in recommender systems. My PhD advisor gave me the wise advice of you should be known for one thing, and I threw that out the window. And I actually did privacy and recommender systems, but like a lot of it was still privacy. I had a gift from Samsung. I had done internships there. I got a NSF Eager, a US Army contract, and even the students who got a fellowship, and everything was on privacy. And I was like, I want to go back to recommender systems research a little bit. So the first thing I did was an NSF CRI proposal on recommender systems. And that's where my career journey kind of started. So the CRI Award, as it's nicely acronymed, the general idea there was that recommender systems, they assume that people's preferences are already known, right? Like you take people's preferences and then you give them recommendations. But the problem is that many people don't really know what they want, right? If you talk to undergrads in your college and you ask them, where do you want to work? Many of them have no idea, right? So they don't know what their preferences are, so you can't really give them good recommendations. So the CRI proposal, the idea was to take the algorithms that recommender systems are usually based on and completely flip them on their head, right? So rather than giving you recommendations based on your preferences, build algorithms that kind of tease out what these preferences are, that help you explore and understand your own preferences. And I first suggested the idea to one of the kind of major people in the field of recommender systems at a conference, and they were like, that's a really silly idea. I was like, gotcha, this is a good idea, right? Because they have this kind of ingrained idea of what the field is about. So I set out to kind of write about it a little bit more. It turns out that that year was also the recommender systems conferences, I think, 20th year anniversary. So they had a past, present, future thing. So I was like, I'm going to present my idea there. Again, don't be afraid to share your idea early on. And it got accepted to that session. So I got to talk to people about it. I was like, oh, people seem to like this. And then I submitted it at a CRI award that got funded. And I think the best proposal writing thing I've ever done, not in my career, but in this CRI proposal, was to have a section in that proposal beyond the CRI award, where I basically just described what I wanted to do for my career proposal. And so I already got feedback from the reviewers on what they thought about those ideas. So in the CRI award, it was more about exploring and changing these algorithms. And then in the career award, the idea was then using algorithms to do kind of novel interaction mechanisms related to preference visualizations and preference-based communities. So that was going to be my career idea. So that's where the career path really starts. And so just like Josiah, I will bring these as tips, but a lot of these tips are based on my experiences. So I will always contextualize them with what I did and why I think that this is a good tip, and it may not apply to you, right? So the first tip, although I think this applies to almost everyone, take a topic you're passionate about, right? I had advocated for user-centric research in recommender systems since 2009, the first time I ever went to a recommender systems conference. So yeah, I've been in this field, I've been working on these ideas for a really long time. So I was passionate about this area. I was obviously also passionate about privacy, but this is really where it started, right? So I really wanted to kind of get this going again. And then present a really bold idea that covers a gap in existing research, right? The moment that senior scholar in the field said, this is a silly idea, I was like, that means it's something new, right? That means it's something different. You've got to pick something that's high risk, high reward, right? And then write down how you will mitigate those risks in your actual proposal. And then make a meaningful theoretical contribution, right? It's easy in computer science to always think about we're just going to do stuff, right? But it's good if it actually helps people and if it actually has a kind of broader contribution, if it inspires other people in the field as well, right? That position paper that I talked about in the beginning, that actually just the other week got the 100th citation for like a 4-page paper, pretty decent, right? So I'm really happy that the idea actually inspired people as well, and the theory behind the idea. Another thing is to meaningfully integrate your education plan with your research. So I had this diagram, I think on page 1 or top of page 2, where I say, here's what my PhD students are going to be doing. They're going to be building these new interaction paradigms. And then I'm going to do a class where I'm going to teach students how to build actual systems with these new interaction paradigms. And then I'm going to use these systems in outreach activities for elementary school kids, high school kids, undergraduate college kids, and even retirees, right? So that's the next step is your education plan can certainly go beyond the classroom, right? So I have summer camps, high school visiting days, and again, local retirement community. And I just had the idea of working with them and just explaining these ideas and educating them about these ideas as well. Okay, another reason why I really like this figure, Josiah also had that like complicated figure, is it makes things internally consistent. And I'm also not sure if my reviewers actually like this figure, but it stayed in for all 3 versions of the career proposal. So I think eventually it was helpful. If anything, it was helpful for me to kind of see how things connect and to kind of stay true to those connections. And another thing with this figure is that I purposely included also future work in the figure and therefore also in the proposal, right? So my tip when I talk to new faculty members about their career proposal is think about something that you want to do for 10 years, right? Write then a plan that works for 5 years, right? Because you don't want to overpromise, but the idea needs to extend beyond those 5 years. Right, and that should actually be in the proposal, not just in your head. Okay, so I was super hopeful. I submitted. First try 2018. Verdict, low competitive. Oh gosh. Very good, good, a good, and a poor. Ouch, that's not great. Okay, so what are the main issues? Okay, not enough engagement with prior work in the broader field. Okay. Internal inconsistencies in the theoretical foundation. So that part that I was really confident about, they kind of shot holes in that. The prior work had actually not produced a lot of good concrete results at that point. And again, the philosophy, lots of people were talking about it, but I myself had not really produced a lot of research results. And the best reviewer, the very good said, this is a strong proposal, despite your quote was distracting and unnecessary. At some point in my writing process, I had written down on the page, tell me what you want, what you really, really want. And I just left it in. It was the first line of my proposal. Maybe not the best idea, so I ended up with it. Okay, so how did I turn this around? Well, first thing is to, again, as has been said already today several times, talk to a lot of different people about your proposal. Right? That first draft was seen by people who are like very close to my field, who are in user-centered aspects of recommender systems, like my peers in that very narrow field. But the proposal gets reviewed by, in this case, it was anyone in, it's now called human-centered computing. It was then called cyber-human systems. Yes, thank you. So ask people who are not just directly in your field. Ask senior scholars, right? Ideally, people who will not that way create a conflict with you, but maybe people you've already worked with or who are in your college. Show them the proposal, also show them the reviews, right? It's very easy for you to take the reviews very personal. It's much easier for someone else to read it and say, I agree with this, I don't agree. Like, I read the reviews, I'm like, I don't agree with anything, right? But it's good for someone else to kind of explain the reviews to you and kind of take away that emotional element a little bit. Delve into the theory, right? I rewrote the proposal from a theoretical perspective the second time around without really changing any of the broad ideas or the concrete little things that I was doing. But the middle part, right? The connecting part, that was the weak part. And so I rewrote that part without having to like completely change anything really in the proposal. And then finally, turn the weakness into a positive, right? I had been a little wishy-washy about those results from the CRY grant because it's like, yeah, I didn't indeed produce that much, but you know, I'm going to talk about it just a little bit. And then I thought about it when I got the reviews back, and I was like, I know why this didn't produce any results. Building real-world recommender systems is hard. No, like very few people do this. When I did the CRY proposal, I was like, yeah, I'm going to build a system and I'm going to do studies on it. I had a hard time just building the system. Well, then just add that to the career proposal, right? Acknowledge that that has been a problem, and then make it part of your proposal. Other people in the field will get it, right? They will know, and they will accept it, and they will thank you for actually doing that. And so I submitted the second proposal. This was 2019, like this was literally a month after my first son was born. And, you know, as you might think, the submission went a little bit haphazard between changing diapers and everything. And a couple of weeks after the proposal had been submitted, I looked at, you know, you start obsessively checking the NSF website to see what's happening. And I realized, hey, it's in a different division now. That's strange. Well, that happens sometimes, right? NSF might move your proposal from one division to another. So I didn't think much of it. And then my proposal didn't get any feedback until March, April. I think around this time of the year was when I started getting worried. And so I contacted the listed program officer, and I was like, oh, any news on my proposal? And by the way, why did it get moved to OAC? And they were like, it didn't get moved, it got submitted there. Uh-oh. Turned out my pre-awards office had submitted it to the wrong, not directed, the wrong division. That's not great, right? A couple of weeks later, I get my verdict, low competitive again. This case, a good, fair, very good, and a fair. Given the circumstances, not the worst thing in the world, right? Like, given that it was the wrong division, etc. Okay, I can live with this. Okay, so then for my third proposal, what did I do? Well, first of all, triple check whether it's actually submitted correctly, right? This was 2020. Also, a good tip, if you're really confident about something, you don't actually have to change it, right? Even with a low competitive proposal, doesn't mean you have to completely rewrite your proposal. It's very likely that it just means the people you send it to didn't get it, right? You have to write it better, not different, better. So that's what I did. I did a lot of clarifications to hopefully get rid of some of these reviewer misconceptions. I mean, this is the summer of 2020 with a small child at home. I didn't really have a lot of time to work on the proposal, right? but you know, submitted it anyway. And guess what? It got funded. I got an excellent, very good, and good, and a good. Yay! I had promised myself if I get the career award, I buy myself the Lego Millennium Falcon. So promise yourself something nice. How about this? Even if you don't get it, promise yourself something nice, right? Like you did it, you submitted, that's the thing, right? Okay, then I want to talk a little bit also about what do you do once you get the career award, right? For some of y'all, this might be the first NSF grant or the first grant proper that you might get. Certainly the first career award you will get, right? So what do you do? So first of all, I really like the advice that my first school director gave me, which was, Bart, if you're going to have a successful lab, your students are going to have to teach one another, right? Like you are not going to be able to teach every single student in your lab individually. So for each of your projects, try to create a team of people that work with each other. Now, your career award is only going to have funding for one. I stretch it to 1.5 students. But you know, you can get students who are a teaching assistant or a student who's working on another project, and then maybe the student who's funded primarily on this project can also chip in on that project, right? So I would say, don't stick with that one student that you're funding, right? Like get a bunch of students together and get them to work on these things. It's much better for creativity and for kind of mutual accountability. It really helps. Find creative solutions for things that don't work out, right? I wanted to work with summer camps for kids. Well, guess what? In the pandemic, none of those happened, right? I wanted to teach an undergraduate course. Well, I ended up having so many funded projects that I was working on that I got course buyouts, right? So how do I deal with that? Well, we have an honors advising, like an honors seminar. It's not really a class, it's considered a service activity. I can at least integrate some stuff in there, right? So even if I can't teach that class, I can find a creative solution, right? There's a reason why the NSF, when you submit your project reports, you have that whole section of like, what has changed? So that's where you can say, oh, I had promised that I would do this, but I got this other thing done. You know, that thing didn't work out, but I got this other thing. And somewhat related to that, don't ignore interesting research rabbit holes that might happen, right? Like, I really make it a big deal that if my students come up with something interesting that they want to do, if I can justify it as being related to the career idea, I'll let them do it, right? If my colleagues come to me and say, oh, I saw this idea that you had, and now I want to work on something related, just do it, right? As was said earlier in the day, sometimes in year 4, a project or proposal produces something that was totally unexpected. That's through these things, right? That's through the stuff that you didn't say you would do, but you're doing anyway. So just do them. Your program officer will appreciate it, hopefully. Sure. Submit supplementary award proposals. I have submitted RU, RET, a CLB, not for this project. For this project, I've done the career life balance. So my second one was born, he was born the day classes started this academic year. So I ended up going to the NSF and saying, my wife is also on the tenure track. I got to figure out a way to manage my different projects. And you can submit a career life balance supplement. And yeah, if you have good reasons and a good funding plan, these get funded. And they are an excellent way of dealing with stuff that happens in your life, like the birth of a child. So really good. I titled this photo, I could give you comments, but I'll just edit the slides myself. That's a lot quicker. And share your proposal with others, right? I think what Josiah was proposed to do is really commendable. Like, if someone else asks you for your proposal, definitely give it. I've had some negative experiences. I once indeed got a FOIA request from one of my proposals. It's not great because then you have to deal with university lawyers. So I ended up just contacting, like I asked the lawyers, can you give me the email address of this person? I'll just send them the proposal. So y'all don't have to deal with the legal stuff. They don't have to deal with paying for legal stuff. Generally speaking, don't do it. Don't file FOIA proposals, FOIA requests. Just contact the PI and you know, if they're good, they will help you. Another experience that I had there where a colleague ended up taking my proposal, taking the idea of a template a little bit too literally and just replacing keywords in my proposal. And I found out the day after she submitted the proposal and yeah, had them retract the proposal because it was very clearly plagiarism. So yeah, you would hope that these things don't happen, but like people who are in certain situations may do strange things. So like make sure that you follow up with the people that you send your proposals to, and that you, from your perspective, that if you use someone else's proposal, I always say, here's my proposal, I'd love to read your proposal as well. And I really do. So yeah, send your proposal and be respectful with the proposals that others share with you. That's it for me. Here's all the tips on one slide. Thank you so much for listening and good luck.
Sir, speaker.
Yeah, would you like me to share a screen?
Share screen, yeah, we can hear you very well.
Great. All right, does that look okay?
Yeah, great.
Great. Well, thanks for letting me call in. I came down with a flu this weekend and hoping to not spread that to anybody. So glad that I could join you virtually. So I'm going to be talking about this proposal that was to the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure. It's called Scalable Computational Seismology for All. And that's a picture of me over on the left with some of my instruments. So I work with a lot of what we call fiber optic sensing technologies for geophysical measurements and environmental measurements. So over on the left, that picture was taken in a little instrument hut where I've been running some environmental monitoring up in Ukagvik, Alaska for the last like 3 years. And the reason that I'm connecting so strongly with these kinds of application areas is because geophysics and environmental sensing more broadly is really undergoing this sort of step change in their data quantities, particularly for sort of academic type projects for things that maybe don't have a high profit margin attached to them. Some of you may be aware that in the oil and gas space, there's been a lot of high performance computing in geophysics for a long time, but it's for very different kinds of experiments, very different types of algorithms and data processing, and applications that have a lot of money and a lot of profit to be made. And so I'm looking at that sort of resource constrained application area now. Things like cryoseismology, understanding sort of how our ice and cold regions act, or things like earthquake hazards, stuff like that. And so we're experiencing huge data volumes. Our public data archives, even the ones that are sponsored by NSF, are not even able to actually support all of our large data sets that scientists have been creating for years now. And so we're really in this kind of difficult situation where we're trying to figure out big data management. We're trying to figure out how to explore these new kinds of data, like what you see in the bottom middle part here, in new places. So this is like wind blowing across a glacier while a stream is also going, and things like that, just like new situations that we're trying to explore. And we're also trying to be able to simply take new kinds of algorithms and make sure that they can fit onto maybe edge computing facilities, or just to be able to parallelize well. And as we're kind of growing in this space, we want to make sure that we don't have some of the same issues that have historically been associated with high performance computing and geophysics if you go to any exploration geophysics conference where there's a lot of high performance computing people, you'll see maybe 5 to 10% women, not a lot of people of color. And as we start to move into this space with a lot more computing for environmental types of geophysical problems, we don't want to replicate those cultural issues in that research community. And so also trying to sort of improve accessibility of these technologies, these sensors themselves, as well as the computing skills, access to data resources, and all of that. So that's kind of the motivation of the project. You'll notice at the bottom, I'm actually in a joint appointment now. I work at Colorado School of Mines, split between geophysics and applied math and statistics. So it's a very interdisciplinary type project. And many people who apply to the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure for the career grant are these kinds of interdisciplinary researchers. So to give you a little bit about my background, I did my bachelor's degrees in math and physics, and then went on to do a PhD in computational and mathematical engineering. And along the way, I picked up a master's in geophysics to really sort of build up that application background that I needed. Then my first job straight out of grad school was being an assistant professor in math at Virginia Tech. And there's a really big department. It does have quite a bit of computational and applied math work within it, as well as other types of math. But it was hard to go straight into a faculty job from graduate school. And I know that many people in computer science also do that. Ultimately, I moved on to Colorado School of Mines after a few years so that I could have a joint appointment. But early on, as I was starting as an assistant professor, I wanted to come up with a strategy for how am I going to deal with applying to these big early career grants. I knew that they were a big part of the ways that you can show to, say, your tenure packet review committee that you're sort of recognized for your work and you're doing useful things in your field. And so right away, within my first year of being a faculty member, I wanted to apply to some kind of early career grant. And I settled on the DOE Young Investigator Program, specifically because I only had experience with DOE. I came from a research group where my advisor's group was totally supported by the energy industry. I don't think he had ever written a National Science Foundation grant, and I knew almost nothing about the NSF programs that were available at that time. So for me, it was just a comfort level thing. I had had a DOE computational science graduate fellowship as a grad student. I'd also been an affiliate at Lawrence Berkeley Lab and had written a couple of DOE proposals, one of which had already gotten funded. And so I was already feeling comfortable with DOE. So I decided to go ahead and try that. But I also knew that as a first year faculty coming straight from graduate school, didn't even have my first grad students yet. I had a very low chance of getting it awarded that time. So my goal in that first year was really focused on just, let me put my ideas out there about what I want to do and just see how are those ideas perceived by reviewers. I didn't go overboard with planning that year. I did it relatively quickly over just a maybe 2-month period. For that first attempt, simply because I knew that I had a very low likelihood and I had several more attempts that I could do later on. I decided at that point also that I was interested in potentially doing an alternating schedule of applying for the DOE or Young Investigator Program and the NSF Career Program in alternating years over the next, say, 5 to 6 years, simply so that it would give me time to reflect on reviewer comments and make any big adjustments over a slower timescale. And it would make sure that each year I could stay focused on just one big early career proposal, which I felt was important to be able to sort of increase my likelihood of success. So as I went through that DOE Young Investigator Program, I was unsuccessful the first time, as expected. My proposed topic that I did is actually closely related as far as the computational math that I proposed for my successful NSF career grant. But I pulled out almost all of the geophysics. So I said, I'm going to do real-time compression and summarization for large-scale streaming sensor networks. And I think that it did come across somewhat that I wasn't as passionate about this without having some of that application component in there. And that came across to me also in my planning process, where I thought, oh, I need to be looking for programs where I can find a way to sort of integrate both things that I'm passionate about together. So ultimately, reviewers had 4 that encouraged funding. Nobody was really like, oh, this is stellar, but they were all like, this is pretty good. And then 1 that really discouraged funding. And this isn't an uncommon thing. When I've been on NSF review panels for other programs before, it can certainly happen that if you don't have really stellar reviews for everybody, and then you have one that's negative, it can still really hurt you to just have that one that's negative. So you do need to think about what's the whole range of reviewers that you might get. Ultimately, I did learn some really useful lessons from my reviewer comments that year that I took with me as I started to prepare my NSF Career Grant Award. So specifically having a really concise statement of objectives. I think that Josiah mentioned this earlier with the sort of box and the really important key sentence. It's really important to be able to say, what's your big goal there? And say that concisely for the reviewers. They have to read a lot of proposals. It was really important for me to learn to sort of articulate the connections and dependencies between the various tasks that I had. It kind of read the first time that I tried this, like, here's a list of all the stuff I want to do. And I think that the reviewers had to connect the dots a little more than they should have to. I also needed to have a gradient of specificity. And so what I mean by that is don't just present your really big picture ideas and then a couple of specific tasks that you already feel very confident about, but actually go into sort of a mid-level of detail with the tasks where you're not really sure exactly how you're going to tackle those problems maybe. But you can say, here are the specific methods that I'm going to be trying, and here's the reasoning behind those, that sort of thing, to sort of fill in some of those gaps in between your overall big picture and your very specific things that you know you can get done. And that also, in the process of doing that, can help you to sort of identify what's the risk level associated with each of your tasks. So you have that range of things that are sort of incremental and you're almost certainly going to get done, all the way up to things that are really reach tasks. And then I also needed to make it more clear what new work required funding to continue. So I was using all my startup money and so much of my time to try and get as many preliminary results as I could for these early career award grants. And ultimately realized from the reviewer comments that they thought this was just ongoing research that was able to continue. They didn't know that I only had 2 years to spend up all of my startup money and that I didn't have any grad students yet to keep that work going, and that I didn't have funding to continue that type of work. So it was on me as the writer and the person proposing this work to really be proactive about articulating specifically, what is this grant going to fund that cannot continue otherwise? So, okay, that was my learnings from that early career program with DOE, which some of you may be considering also. And I started looking at the NSF programs, and it was a little bit harder there. I really struggled to find an NSF program that was a good fit. So all my coworkers, I was in a math department, and all my coworkers were telling me, you should apply to computational math. But when I talked to the program manager, they were pretty straightforward, telling me, this is not the right time for you to apply for computational math, and you need to really change the way that you're approaching this type of research if you want it to resonate with the reviewers that are going to read this proposal for the computational math program. And program managers don't say this stuff as a personal thing. They say it as a way to inform you and to help you learn which programs are going to be a good fit. So I knew that wasn't the right fit for me. I looked over at geophysics because I'd worked so much in that space, but the geophysics program specifically says they do not support methods research. Now, this has changed over the last couple of years, but at that time, it was very clear. Computational methods and even geophysical methods were not supported as a type of research that the geophysics program would support. So that alignment with the program, again, was really important. I also looked at civil, mechanical, and manufacturing innovation, but it was going to be really dependent on who my reviewers were. And I think that there was a question earlier about, who might our reviewers be? And you need to imagine many different scenarios of who your reviewers may be. And if it's too dependent on who your reviewers are, you might consider whether there could be other programs out there that could be a good fit for your research and what you really want to do. So one good piece of advice that I got at this point in time was from my coworker, Leah Johnson. She's a statistician that does a lot of biostatistics focused on vector-borne diseases. So very different research than my own, but has that similar interdisciplinary research where there's kind of methods and applications together. And she told me, did you know that you can apply for a career grant with a secondary program review? She didn't know which program to point me to, but she did tell me this, and I had no idea that I could get that secondary review. And so that actually had me revisit my discussion with the geophysics program managers so that I could say, would you be willing to do a secondary review on this if I can find the appropriate primary program? And so that was a really positive thing to find out. And some of you who are working in different application areas may find that to be useful. So thanks, Leah, for the good advice. And at that point, I was still struggling to find a program. So I started looking at what's been funded. So every program on NSF's website has this. I started browsing through all the projects that I could find that were funded by the career program. And I looked for who are people like me. So I found some. They were people in biomedical engineering doing a lot of computational science or aerospace engineering or electrical engineering, but they were being funded by the career program in the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure. And I said, like, oh, these people are like, they're working on different problems than me in some ways, but they have this same aspect of their computational research, coming up with new algorithms, coming up with new ways to analyze their computational methods, and this strong connection to applications that I really resonated with. So I found out about Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure this way and previously hadn't even known about it. So I came up with a one-pager, sent it over to the program manager, Alan Sussman, and had a phone call with him and really confirmed that alignment with the program. I think that that can be really helpful if you're not sure about which program is a good fit. These program managers are interested in making sure that you are able to figure out, is that program the right fit? And also that confirmed the availability of secondary review with geophysics. So to come up with that one pager, it was a bit of a longer process that had started actually earlier even than figuring out which program. So I actually got these giant pieces of paper, like the size of poster board, and would like sit on the floor with all my different colored markers with different ways of organizing. What are all the things I want to do over the next half a decade to a decade? And which ones can I put into cohesive themes, both on the research side and on the education and outreach side? And where are their dependencies? Where are their similarities on things? And eventually was able to kind of narrow down what was going to actually work out. I also did some stuff to say, what are my sort of things that are very low risk, but that I know I can achieve? What are my things that are somewhat risky, but I think I can probably do something in this direction pretty well? And what are my things that are really reach goals, but that I would be really excited to get done and that I think I have the right skills to do, even if I don't think that it's going to happen right away. And I don't think it's going to be an easy thing to get done. So that was a really helpful process for me. And I did many different versions of this kind of chart. But I also had to be realistic about it. It's not just the research ideas. There is that aspect of needing to plan out 5 years worth of research in a kind of larger budget. And there was that question about, how do you know if this is a 5-year project? And for me, it was doing stuff like starting to make Gantt charts and mapping out who would do this type of work. What kind of background do they need? I didn't have a lot of students yet at that point. And so I needed to plan in tasks so that I could get those students up to speed on some of the easier tasks, or at least more approachable tasks early on, while they got trained up on being able to tackle some of the more difficult tasks later on. So this was certainly a really helpful process for me to plan out the project in that way. When it came to refining the writing, I was already part of a junior faculty proposal writing group that Virginia Tech's College of Science ran. It was all different kinds of science faculty, not just computational scientists or anything related to that. And we really tended to focus our time that we met on summaries and intros. We would get a lot of questions from people in these other fields. And there are people that are good at context clues, good at thinking logically. And even though they don't know about your specific field, when you're talking about that summary and that first page of your intro, any kind of scientist should be able to understand that, I think. There can be some pieces where maybe you have to add some context clues and, make it clear what's the specialist kind of stuff. But this really helped to reduce the jargon and really helped me to be able to make it more clear, what are my specific objectives? What is my contribution? And why is this problem and this work important? And so that was something that I thought was a really helpful thing. It was one of our senior faculty would sort of moderate this group of junior faculty as we would all ask questions and critique each other. And so if you can find a group like that, it's incredibly helpful. I also was able to get copies of some successful career proposals from coworkers that I really took away things like, what's the organizational structure? How do I make important points stand out? So here I bolded and underlined, but you saw earlier, like you could box your key point, something like that. And also, what are those strategies that people have used in the past to integrate their research with education and outreach? That was not something that I had done in previous proposals before, and it was really helpful to see different examples of that. However, I was writing this proposal in spring of 2020, leading up to summer of 2020, and by the time that I had my completed draft, everyone that I could think of that I wanted to get advice from on reading it was taking care of little kids. That's how it goes, right? Sometimes there's unsuspected changes in the world. And so I didn't end up having anyone else review my proposal before I submitted it for at least the full proposal, only the summary and the first page intro. I wouldn't recommend that for anyone today, but if you can't find someone, it's not the end of the world. One other big part of my proposal was showing the connections to our targeted science community. And so I had been working with different scientists that were providing data sets, as well as a large NSF funded facility and an NSF funded research coordination network in the application area where I wanted to make the case that I could have an impact. So overall, it was sort of 2019, I tried the Young Investigator Program for DOE, failure. Started again in October of 2019 on planning for the NSF career, and then submitted that in July of 2020. It took almost a year to get that funded afterwards. And then I moved universities less than a year after that, and so had to replan the education and outreach to align with my new institution. The biggest impact that I've seen on this is being able to have that sustained funds in a key theme for my research area has not just supported the students that are actually getting financial support directly from this project, they're down in the bottom right, but also all of these other students whose projects actually have interacted with those even through different funding sources. And so they've been able to sort of have this key theme through everybody's research, which I think is really beneficial for the group. So that's all I've got. And hopefully this is helpful for those of you that are applying for the OAC program.
We'll do the question and answer in the afternoon.
Is what I'm betting. Yeah, getting a baby and then getting an NSF. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. That is the message I'm getting. I just gotta find a dad. Harder challenge than getting the food.
All right, yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have a running theme with some of the other speakers from my title, as there is a baby involved in my career NSF journey as well. So I'm Allison Sullivan, and just to give a little, all right, just to kind of give a little bit of a background of myself from my career perspective or the NSF perspective of my career, so you can figure out kind of where to take all my direction from and what weight to give it. So I'm an assistant professor at the University of Texas at Arlington. My research umbrella broadly is software engineering and formal methods. And because of that, I largely submit to the software hardware foundations portion. I did do 2 attempts. I was funded on my second attempt of my career NSF. Prior to that, I have been previously funded, one through a core grant submission, and then 2 smaller formal methods in the field track 2 submissions. And then I've also served on 5 NSF panels going into my second career attempt, and 3 going into my first one. So for my timeline, I didn't get my rejection until after Christmas, so that was nice. It was just after the new year for my first attempt. Normally, I feel like you would dwell on a rejection, but 4 days later, my daughter was born. So honestly, my career NSF was very, very far from my mind. 6 weeks later, it was still very far from my mind. I was very sleep deprived. I finally made it past the hurdle of having to like feed the baby every 3 hours overnight, which no one tells you is start to start, not end to start. And so I didn't start thinking about my career NSF until I returned to work in early April. At that point, I just started brainstorming. I didn't start writing anything. So I was coming up with multiple different ideas and trying to draft them out in like a 3x3 template. Because a lot of funding is like you have your 3 research thrusts with 3 subsections each. And so I was trying to think like, what could I put where? And I had an end goal in mind for that, which was I wanted to pick an idea by early May because I wanted to take the idea I was the most excited about and make a new idea submission, a short paper submission to a conference. And I picked ASE, a good conference in my field, because I would hear back whether that got funded or not before the career NSF deadline. So I would have time to, if it was a rejection, wonder if I should actually just wait and rethink. Or if they had actionable items I could incorporate and update into my career NSF, I could do that. So I spent some time drafting my new idea paper, which also helped me figure out what writing with a newborn looked like, which is a slow and weird process. But I did get that drafted. And then I wrote my career NSF in about a week after that. But even though I wrote it in a week, I spent over a month proofreading my career NSF. I would proofread, take break, come back, proofread again. I did also send my career NSF out to one of the senior members in my department, also in my research field, to get looked at. And then in July, I got my new idea feedback. It was accepted, so I felt pretty confident about it. I made a couple tweaks, kind of identifying some of the things they were interested to hear more about or curious if I had taken into account some other ideas. And then I submitted and attempted to forget about it and enjoy the summer with my daughter. And then months later, got the good news. So in between my first 2 attempts, I did switch topics. So for my first career attempt, I got a low competitive. Kind of one of the things that wasn't surprising about it was after I submitted it, since I had already had a core grant funded, I couldn't help but think about how it kind of just felt a lot like my core grant, which, isn't really a career NSF at that point. Whenever I got the reviews, so for my core grant that was funded, it actually wasn't funded on its first attempt either. And one of my senior members in my department gave me the advice if I was going to resubmit the idea that I should really look to read between the reviews and figure out what they were really asking for, what they might have wanted to see more preliminary results or something like that. Because if I don't make any changes and I just submit it again, I'll probably just end up in the same bucket. So I took that lens to reading these reviews, and I found that they were really excited about my second research thrust, but my first research thrust wasn't that interesting to them. My second thrust depended a lot on my first one, so I thought it was a good idea to just brainstorm a new direction. So what did that process look like for me? I actually just took a moment to pause and think about what is the real goal I want out of my research, very high level, because at this point, when I got my PhD and started my first job, there was the formal methods in the field solicitation, and they had these track 2 proposals that were transitioned to practice. And it was a really nice extension of my dissertation work. So then I did that. And then my core grant was like evolving that a little bit. But it was still all really rooted in that starting thread of my dissertation research. So I wanted to think about how could I actually just leave behind my current approach and try and solve my problem in a new way. So concretely, my research, the goal I settled on was that I want to make it easier for people to actually use software models to prove that software systems are correct. My old approach was I started with software testing. That was my dissertation. It evolved into doing automated repair of software models. And then my first career attempt was, what if I tried synthesizing models? And the explainability of a pre-synthesized model was my thrust too that they were excited about. So when I was looking around, I just went back to kind of the call for papers for the software engineering conferences I publish at, and thought about if I was going to address usability and ease of adoption of modeling, what if the solution has nothing to do with adding unit tests to a model and going from there? And that's where I landed on live programming. I have no prior experience with live programming, but I did feel like taking that field and merging it into software models that I had a lot of experience was plenty of experience for a career in NSF. When I brainstormed this topic, I got really excited. I found myself asking, how do these live interfaces not exist already for a modeling language? I also felt like it was something that was an entirely new direction for my research, but not just solely unrelated to what I've done, not just like pivoting to left field, but it felt like a really natural extension where I was able to take the core theme of my body of work since my dissertation, but just try and solve it in a new way. And I should also note that I liked my first career grant draft, but after brainstorming this, I have never gone back to look at those ideas, as I am actually just way more excited about this research. This is my general proposal structure with rough page estimates here. So I wanted to point out some things about scoping the project. As we've mentioned, like, you know, there's this idea that it's a big, broad project, but whenever you go to do your budget, it funds a PhD student for 5 years. So for me, I broke the mold a little bit on my 3x3 brainstorm, like the 3 research thrusts with 3 subsections. I still had that to a degree. I had a core thrust at the beginning, which was how do we define live interfaces in a modeling language? Kind of viewing each of those as roughly a paper's worth of effort designing these interfaces. And then my second thrust was, you know, assuming that works out, if we have live interfaces, what other things can we do to aid in development? But my third research thrust is something that I think helps scope it and tie in a lot of the broader aspects of the career NSF. So my third one just focuses on transitioning my research to tool sets, and that allows me to have an education connection. It allowed me to really dive into what I would do for evaluation. But I didn't just say, like, I'm gonna have tools. I also took that as a time to investigate what it would mean in terms of usability and things like that. So I'll highlight that a little bit. I also wanted to point out that I think, so if you pull up my career NSF and ask for the outline on like Adobe Reader, you get all the text on the left. But I do have unofficial subsections throughout all of mine to give just clear indications of what I'm going to do throughout each subsection. So these little call-out boxes are examples of my unofficial headers to paragraphs throughout, so that if a reader is just glancing at the page, especially if they've read it and they're going back to write their comments, my unofficial headers are there in bold to remind them and prime them of what they read. And some of those do involve preliminary and prior work. So I had preliminary work for 2 of mine, and it was just a short little paragraph. And then for one of them, I just highlighted relevant prior work that I had done. That would be something that would be helpful in doing the technique, and it showed that, you know, I do have skill sets related to it, but it wasn't directly preliminary work. So this is the first page of my career NSF, and my goal was to tell my entire story in my first page. I wanted the reviewer to read the first page and to know exactly what I was trying to solve, what were the challenges and how my vision was going to actually meet and address and start chipping away at those challenges. As someone who has reviewed proposals, it is a lot of content in those 15 pages. It's really dense. And so, as has been a running theme, you don't want the reviewers to have to do a lot of work. And so I spent a really long time just on the first page. I did have an introduction to the high-level problem, which was basically, we don't write software very well. Models can be used for correctness, but models aren't widely used. I went on to list 3 different challenges that have prevented the adoption of software models. I didn't just list them as challenges, I also gave references and kind of supporting evidence for why these have been challenges and what we've tried to do to address them, but still haven't been able to succeed at. And I made those core themes throughout my proposal that I would tie my work back to addressing those challenges. And then my last paragraph was a thesis vision statement. So I outlined a key insight I had, a vision that I would bring to life. And then after giving my vision, my next few sentences show how that vision, if implemented, would ripple one by one to tackle the 3 different challenges that I outlined. For my second page, the next half of my proposal, this is where I presented some of the details of the research I'd actually do. So this is the first introduction specifically to the research thrusts that I would be presenting. And I viewed these as giving an individual elevator pitch for each research thrust. So I only wanted it to be 1 to 2 sentences per research effort. But in that, I wanted to highlight what was new, what was novel, what was exciting, so that within the first page and a half, they had my broad vision, also my very narrowed focus, but the key parts. So again, when a reviewer is going back to remember and write up their grant, they can flip to this page and remember, oh, that's what's interesting. But it also primes them when they go in to read these research thrusts. I've told them what they should be excited about, and so hopefully that holds when they actually read it. I wanted to also emphasize the importance of examples. So writing a grant about software modeling and having a whole bunch of formulas, mathematical formulas on the screen can be very dense. And so on one of my grants that got funded, since no grant is perfect, one of the reviewers were like, it would have been really helpful to have more examples because it just read really dense without them. So I introduced a running example that again re-emphasized my challenges. So I said, this is how you write a model right now. And here are the ways those challenges that I mentioned in my first page actually manifest. And then as I went through and outlined my research, I used that running example and how my new research direction would modify that process concretely through the examples. And I threw a lot of examples in. This is just for one of my subsections. This is a quick pullout of all the examples I had to contextualize that work. Another thing is that research is, as has been kind of also a running theme, something that you're proposing to do but might not work out. And in my early grants, I didn't really acknowledge this, but as I've served on review panels and seen some of the more really well-reviewed grants, they're just upfront about, you know, I'm currently planning on investigating this. These are the ways I'm going to try and solve it. I might be making a trade-off. For instance, I had a lot of things that were trade-offs for scalability and trying to create like really responsive interfaces. You know, if they don't work out, here are the other things I can do. They do have their own limitations. That's why it's not my first idea. But, you know, you do want to just kind of list outlines, list game plans. You know, so sometimes I would have wording like, some of the contexts we currently plan to explore is a list of things I plan to investigate initially to try and distill information to solve the problem. Also, to have responsive interfaces, I did in multiple points mention that I wanted to use templates. So I went through and actually looked around to see if there was work about having templates of formal properties and how will they scale to actual capturing real world properties of systems, and actually found some supporting evidence to buy into that element of my research as well. Then for the evaluation, so this was tied into my third research thrust. And in my prior grants, I always kind of had a weakness mentioned about my evaluations, that it was vague. So that was because, it was vague by their view. But I had gotten an example of a funded grant, and I just structured my evaluation the way that they had. But I didn't know that grants reviews. Sure, it got funded, but it wasn't perfect. So with my current NSF, I went through and I did my setup the way I normally would, but I went through and I made different subheaders. So I wanted to investigate usability, performance, and then I would list the exact research questions that I planned to explore initially. And I did, because of my research topic, think that usability was really important. So I did outline user studies and I did my IRB protocols, and it is, a lot of legwork to get that done. But if it's relevant for your research, I think it's really important. But as simple as it sounds for an evaluation, I think it was a really good change to actually just directly list what I plan to actually investigate. For my education connection, I wanted to emphasize that I didn't just say that I was going to make an education tool of my research. Instead, I went through and thought about what research exists in the education sphere for how people learn abstractions, since that's tied to the mathematical logic behind the software models. And then I also wanted to add in features for what would get professors to use it in their classroom. So I had stuff related to automatically generating exercises. And as end users, who, especially in math fields, people are less comfortable speaking up, what would make a student actually want to use the tool? And so that's where I came up with some steps towards automated guidance. So there is a whole series of thought processes and designs behind the educational tool as well. For my education plan, I did have one separately from having the education tool and its evaluation in my third research thrust. A few things I wanted to highlight. For me, for undergraduate courses, I wanted to dig into actually having an intervention in discrete math, a required undergrad course, and not just a software modeling undergrad elective in the senior year that a handful of people might take. I also thought about interdisciplinary graduate courses. One of my favorite courses I took in my PhD was interdisciplinary related to public policy. And I thought that live interfaces would make the idea of exploring specifications for public policy something that even the public policy students could engage with to a degree. So I also focused on things like that. And then one thing I wanted to mention was for the K through 12 outreach, or just kind of these things in general, I thought about, from my PhD experience, which was really rich with a lot of these activities, what was things that that institution had that mine doesn't. So my institution has an e-week, but does not have the Girl Day portion of e-week. And as the SWE faculty advisor, already connected into working professionals in the DFW area where I work, I was like, you know what? I really want to bring that to my current institution. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can think about existing things that you really enjoyed as a student that maybe your institution doesn't currently have. And then a quick note on things I found helpful. Recent past career NSFs, as well as just past career or NSF proposals in general, I think are helpful, with the caveat that you never know how they're reviewed. So, don't take it as a 100% template. Serving on an NSF panel was helpful. And this workshop, my university hosted workshops, but they were generic, and not every career division has the same expectations. And then a quick note for writing a grant with a baby. Having the proofreading time was really, really valuable, because I discovered that when you're sleep deprived, your writing is really weird. My sentences I would write and I'd go back to proofread, and I would substitute words that looked similar but had very different meanings. And more than once I thought like, wow, did I really write that sentence? But I did. So definitely, if you have anything in your life that is time consuming, you're losing sleep over it, doesn't necessarily have to be a baby. I'm a really big proponent of just giving yourself time to proofread. And part of that process is putting it down, walking away for days, and then coming back to it. I also found the examples that I made to be really helpful because I was having trouble just piecing my thoughts together, but having concrete examples where I was envisioning what would I do, that was really, really helpful. I did rely a lot on coffee, but I think it's worth noting that I did have a really good support system. My husband was really helpful, and my parents and his parents do live in the same city, and so I can't deny that that was definitely a huge help. So that is kind of my whole career NSF journey, and I'm happy to share my proposal if you would like to see it as well.
Great. Thank you for all the speakers. So I think in the afternoon, and we will have a Q&A sessions with those speakers. So now I think it's conclude the morning session, and we're going to have 90 minutes lunch break. So for the remote participants, online participants, please come back at 1:30 Eastern time, and we'll see you then.
Session. Oh, thanks. Recording has started. Okay. So welcome everyone, and let's start the afternoon session. We'll start with a panel, Q&A panel. So we have four actually, and also Eileen is online. Eileen, can you hear us? Just to double check before we start. Can you hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great, awesome. Okay, we can also see you. Yes. So yeah, my name is Tian Lan. I'm with the School of Engineering and Applied Science here. I'm a local host, and it's a great pleasure to host this event. And when Wenjing told us about 2 months ago, let's do this in DC, we said, yes, let's do it. Then she mentioned we're going to do this most likely hybrid. That got us worried, really worried, but gladly with the help of IT, with the help of SF, and this is working smoothly so far. Knock on wood, okay, yes. And also thank you, Nicholas, online. So there's also a team of people from SF working on audio, on video, because there are about 300, 400 attendees also online. And thank the SF team working with us on this. Okay, so let's get to the panel. Maybe here started. You already heard there are wonderful presentations this morning. Before opening up the floor for questions, I may want to offer them each a chance to say a few more words, just in case online attendees did not attend our talk this morning. Mention your background. You already gave a lot of great advice in the morning, and so I see there are a lot of things in common. Talk to your program manager, get feedback, ask your senior colleagues to review your proposal, polish the educational outreach component. And maybe I'll also ask each of you to maybe help pick one thing that really helped most in your proposal as a career proposal submission. Okay. Tell us your background and maybe pick one thing that you found to be most helpful. Let's start with that. And for the online attendees, if you have any questions, feel free to please type it in the Q&A session. We'll monitor that. We'll read the questions out loud here and have those answered. And for the in-person attendees in this room, please feel free, same format. Feel free to line up there in the center if you want to ask a question. Okay. All right, let's get started here. So, okay, so Eileen, are you ready? We said we want to go with online first.
Oh, sure. So I guess I already told you all a little bit about my background. My project really blends together new algorithms for big data in the sort of computational seismology space and working with new types of sensors. And if I had to say like one thing that I found really helpful that I didn't maybe mention as much in my talk earlier is that as I was going through like mapping out all the different things I wanted to do over the next like 5 to 10 years and trying to put together coherent themes, one of the big things that I sort of tried to look at on each of those was, is this something that specifically needed to be me that could be doing this work? So could I like not think of other people who would really be a good fit to do this work alone? And what are the things where I could actually take some of those things I want to do and turn them into more like regular collaborative proposals? So yeah, I think that's my other thing that was useful.
Thanks a lot. So, Margaret's ready.
Yeah, so I'm Allison Sullivan again. So my research is in software engineering and formal methods. And as I mentioned, I submit to the Software Hardware Foundations division. And so one thing that I found useful that I didn't mention is really related back to that first page that I think is really important. My husband is an electrical engineer. Our families tend to think that we speak each other's language, but we do not at all. Don't ask me about computer architecture and hardware too much, please. But I did have him proofread my first page because if it made sense to him and got him excited, and he is not an expert in my field, let alone computer science, but if he could understand it, then I felt like I was in a really good position. So I had him flag different portions that didn't make sense, things like that.
Yep, and I'm Josiah Hester again, so Georgia Tech area around embedded systems, especially energy constrained ones, focused around sustainable computing. And so yeah, computer systems research and CNS is where my career award came from. I guess, yeah, the one thing I was thinking about, which actually I've just lost. What was I thinking about? Well, was I think already kind of mentioned a little bit by folks here, but that idea of thinking really hard about the resources, the people, the institution, the location, everything that you can bring that's unique, right? So not just like, here's the work I want to do collaboratively or not, but here's a institution down the road that I already know and work with really well that can help me translate my broader impacts or my outreach. Or here's a national lab that I have strong connections with. Or maybe I do work with IBM. Like, think about all these things that make you unique and package that into your career proposal, because it's most likely also reflective of your actual career, right? Little C.
All right, Bart Knijnenburg, Clemson University, go Tigers. So I do research on privacy recommender systems. My career proposal went to what is now human-centered computing. I think work with your pre-awards office. I gave them a hard time in my presentation because they submitted to the wrong division, but at the same time, there are professionals at your university, at most universities at least, that know how to write proposals and know how to help people write proposals, and they can look at it almost kind of content agnostically and really think about, okay, do you make your arguments correctly? Are you hitting the correct notes? They can even cut a 16-page proposal down to 15 pages when you are feeding a baby, right? Like these things actually, like, they're there to help you, and so make use of them, please, because they're really good resources, and you can feel the pride of doing it on your own, but like having people help is just smart thinking. Yeah.
Great advice. Comes from your personal experience, right? Yes. So if you have a question, please feel free to come to the center. And we got one question from online. Is there any format available for NSF career proposals? And if so, would you be able to share that? Yes, you talk about that in the morning, so.
There is, I mean, so there's definitely a couple like overleaf, this is definitely nuts and bolts stuff, but overleaf templates that are like, NSF proposal.sty, S-T-Y, that was made probably 20 years ago by someone awesome, and then eventually uploaded by one of their students. There is that one. And then, yeah, well, actually, is this posted yet? I was gonna post this today or tomorrow. My own career template, which folks could use on Overleaf, because Overleaf seems to be the main approach nowadays, except for you really weird math folks that pilot. I don't know, maybe that's somebody else. No. So yeah, I would say that's one way. And then just, asking senior colleagues who have LaTeX templates sitting around, or Word if you're crazy. And then you can ask Bart. I can give no guidance on that.
I do want to say this is not the right time to learn Overleaf.
if you're doing your career proposal like that, that's not the right place and time to do it. So if you're comfortable in Word, do it in Word, right? Like use whatever you are comfortable with. But yeah, if I would have to do it again, I would definitely use Overleaf. But I actually did write mine in Word, and it was not a big deal. So
Yeah, wow, that's fair.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your stories. I've definitely written some things down that I plan on implementing. It's a Stell Smith again at the Colorado School of Mines. I tend to ask a lot of questions, so sorry, don't mean to hog the mic. But my question is, so you've already been awarded, you've already started your work, you haven't finished it, right? Based on the execution of how things have started, is there anything you would change about your proposal now?
That's hard. Bart, I know you're a few years into your career program.
I propose less. No, that's a little bit in jest. I think again, as I mentioned in my talk, you need to have some contingency plans, because like my proposal is definitely really ambitious, especially on the education front. And they told me that 3 times and I ignored it 3 times. And so it means kind of being able to say like, oh, I didn't do this thing this year, but I can do it next year, right? Like you have a really nice plan set up, and then a pandemic happens and stuff changes. But no, I think your proposal can be a little bit more idealistic than what the implementation ends up being. But even just the awareness that that will happen is a good idea, so that you're not writing yourself in a pretzel where like this one thing needs to happen and otherwise nothing else happens. You know, you want to have enough contingency that you can actually move forward with things.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I haven't started yet.
So hopefully, okay. I mean, I think going in the second time, and after having been more time in the game of research, I did write it with the idea of, okay, these 3 kind of tasks, I guess, research tasks that I'm pursuing, could in theory be pursued independently if one of them just epically fails, because there's definitely potential for some of them to epically fail, because I was like, oh, this should be fun and ambitious. I think that was a good choice. I don't really think I would change anything beyond maybe really, especially when I had submitted in, COVID, really thinking about like, because I submitted again after, not after, but, after the initial shock in 2020, okay, how could I talk about the outreach and broadening participation and education components in the virtual lens? Because so much of what we were doing and what I proposed was very much physical and place-based. And yeah, that maybe would have helped. And there might have been a reviewer comment or 2 even about that, even then.
Another question? No, good. Okay. Then we have to ask this question from online. So this question got 2 likes. So I think multiple people want this to be answered. So how early, if I'm thinking about submitting career proposals, how early should I contact the program managers at NSF? How early should I? Well, maybe share your experience. We can ask if you feel to say a word about this later.
Really, the sooner the better, I would say. Did you say program officer or?
Program managers.
Oh, I mean, if you have an idea, reach out with it, right? Like although at the same time, having some things, work through some things is a good idea. But like, I think if you're submitting for the first time, just getting some input on that first idea, or maybe even come with multiple ideas. I didn't do this with a program manager, but we did have like one of these career workshops at my university where we did like a little peer group. And the very first time the idea was, oh, write your like 1 paragraph outline, and I wrote 3. And the reason was I had 3 interesting ideas and I just wanted to get feedback, and everyone in the room liked the same idea. So that's great to hear, right? If you get that kind of feedback. That's so early on that you haven't even thought about how to turn it into a 5-page project or a 5-year project yet. But it kind of rules out you continually thinking, oh, should I be writing about this other thing? So I think there is value in that. But then once you get to maybe your second try, you may want to contact them after you've thought about the reviews a little bit, right? Like you want to be a little bit more advanced.
Anything else to add?
I can jump in. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say that for my first attempt, I attended this workshop before it, and so that 15-minute meeting with the program director is when I pitched mine. And I'll say that the program director softly gave me a little bit of a warning about my concept, and it was very well reflected in the reviews later on. So take full advantage of your 15 minutes. It's really helpful.
Eileen, you said you have something to share. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say I think like 6 months or so before submitting something is ideal, just in that situation if you're not sure about which program would be a good fit, because it does give you that time to kind of revise for each one of the program managers that you might talk to, and really adjust your whole process as you go through. But if you're like, I'm at the very end of my application timeline and, you know, it's April and I need to submit in the next couple of months, you know, you do what you can and you adjust as you can to what feedback you are able to get at this time from the program managers.
So a quick follow-up, can you explain the difference between program manager?
Let's get our back. Just 1 second. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I have a quick follow-up question? Can you explain the difference between program manager and program director and program officer? Like which matter that should I contact? I get confused.
I've heard the answer from this side that there's no difference. No difference. Okay, that's the official answer. But go with it.
Different directory has different needs. Like in math, they do.
Jenny, maybe, yeah, if you can.
Okay,
elaborate on
different directory, they might call it differently. Like for SISE, we call it program directors.
Okay.
But the purpose is the same.
Yeah, so next one, let's take an online question here. I think there's an interesting question about the educational plan. So is it enough to just outline the planned activities while writing the proposal, or do I have to already have some outreach initiation activities already at the point you submit your proposal? So I know you want.
Yeah, so I think part of that is about feasibility, right? Like if it's clear that you are doing something that's very easy because it's like at your own institution or something like that, then, you know, just writing about the activities is good enough. But if you're planning to work with a certain external, like I'm working with a local retirement center. I got a support letter from them and I did already do some initial work with them. The more complicated the entanglement or involvement is, the more you want to show evidence that you have at least reached out to them, but maybe even already worked with them. Whereas if it's something simple, like as a reviewer, I've even passed activities, like given activities a pass that did not have a support letter because I was like, yeah, that seems obvious. But in some cases it's not, and then you want to have some initial work already.
Yeah, I think echoing that, like, you know, there's a big difference between you saying, maybe as a first or second year assistant professor, for my broadening, you know, my outreach, my education, I'm gonna teach a class on co-design of computer architecture with President Joe Biden, right? You're not credible, right? Versus I'm going to work with a local Chicago school and I have a letter of collaboration that, you know, says this directly. So it's like credibility. So directly to answer this question of, well, I have these things that are planned. But if you're submitting earlier, your first, second, or third year, most likely it is planned, right? Because the first couple of years, you're like, I'm in a new position. I have my own office now. That's weird. Right? There's all these different things that you're kind of learning and doing. And just saying like, yeah, there's these places that I'm credibly kind of beginning to explore connections with. And here's my plan. And it's exciting and fun and I'm going to enjoy it. That can make a lot of sense. You can also do things where you can be like, oh, I have 5 years. Maybe I need a product for my research for the outreach or education activity I want to run. So I'm going to run that in years 3, 4, and 5. And the first 2 years are going to be focused on something else. So I'm going to scale up, right? You can paint this story any way you want and make it feasible. And you have a page or two, right? And you should dedicate a page or two, right? Because it is an important part of the evaluation process.
I realized I forgot something. The one thing I did when reaching out to the partners that I had on my education outreach plan was ask them about evaluation. Because you do want to have an evaluation plan on that education and outreach plan. And you're much more credible in writing about your evaluation if you know what they care about, right? This community cares about X, so I'm going to evaluate whether my thing does X. That's really useful. So that would be, if you're gonna reach out, even if you're not gonna already do advanced planning on like what the thing is that you're gonna do with them, figuring out what the evaluation, like what the outcomes are gonna have to be and how you're gonna evaluate those is, I think, the first thing you would wanna do. Yeah. Backwards design is what it's called in education.
Okay, another very, there's a question.
Online at 24.
Yes, yeah, we're going through those now, yes. So there's this very interesting question from online. I'm going to modify the question a little bit. So all of you mentioned that during the proposal submission, you have had babies. So this question related to that. And which part do you find to be most difficult while you were writing the proposal? Was that before the baby was born or afterwards? I assume here want to know some experience that you had. So maybe Eileen and Allison, maybe in particular, the two of you can share something here.
Yeah, so I would say that sleep deprivation was just the hardest part. And so those examples that I mentioned that turned into spot examples in my proposal, that was how I connected the dots in my own head, just jotting things down, trying to visualize it, because when you're sleepy, thoughts really don't connect together very well. So I would definitely lean into examples, and then that also aids you in just writing the proposal as well, because you're starting to visualize it all coming together, and you can start seeing the pitfalls as well as the exciting parts and what you might want to follow up on if this did exist and stuff like that. But getting through the sleep deprivation is hard. And, you know, I just tried to catch sleep where I could. I leaned into naps in the middle of the day. Sometimes I would do the, I don't know how well it really works, but you like drink an espresso and then take a 30-minute nap. But I did feel like more clear-headed when I would write after that. So, you know, it's worth giving it a shot.
And let there be no mistake about the fact that this affects the childbearing partner much more than the other partner, right? I'm going through this now with my wife as well, who has also been submitting career proposals now with the second child. And let me tell you, it's harder for her than it was for me. And so the other advice, ask your partner to step in and to step up, right? Like this is something that you have to do, and it's super important for your career. Your child is also super important. But in many situations, it's not just you who's dealing with the child, and that's a good thing. And build your support structure kind of around that you can do this. So yeah.
Great. Okay. So next one about the proposal itself. So next few questions actually, they are similar, so I'll combine them if you can give a response. And so as the career proposal is different from the other regular proposals. So what do you feel will be the difference? Like how do you adjust your content based on that? And also how do you hit the transformative criteria of a career proposal? And how to draw attention to the important pieces in the proposal, given this huge document there. So yeah, Eileen, I don't know, maybe if you want to come in.
Yeah. I feel like on writing this proposal, compared to my other technical proposals, I did do quite a bit more of saying what are kind of the big picture impacts. And every time I would get into the sort of weeds a little bit, where I was like, well, if somebody who's in a really, really closely related area, they're going to care about this and they're going to want to know this. Every time I felt myself going into that, I had to make sure to always put a sentence at the end of the paragraph that was like generally accessible to pretty much any computational scientist that would be reading the proposal. And I don't tend to do that quite as much in other proposals, but actually over time I have started to like add those things in more regularly to my technical proposals. So maybe I just at that point in time wasn't doing it as much for technical proposals. Certainly the balance of education and outreach with the research was a big thing for my proposal, because especially for the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure ones, you're oftentimes interfacing in some way with a scientific community. And so really figuring out those dependencies and integration of the outreach to that scientific community, and really making the case that it's not just me making awesome software with my students, but like it's actually going to have an impact for people that are like also field geophysicists, right? So that was a big part of that proposal, where you have to really integrate that outreach and education with the research.
Anything to add here, maybe quickly?
Let me be poetic about it. If a regular proposal is like writing a letter to your landlord, then your career proposal is like writing a letter to the love of your life. That's a bit overstated.
I did not know you liked NSF that much.
What is that?
I did not know that you liked NSF that much.
It's so much more personal, right? I think you really want to think of it as the thing that you want to be known for, right? It's the thing that you want to show off as, this is what I, like, you want to look back 10 years from getting the award and say, this is what I wanted to do with my career. This is what I wanted to be, you know, where I wanted to inspire the world. And I think, you know, you can try and do that in every single proposal. It will emotionally ruin you probably. So save that for the career awards, right? Like that's where you can really do that, where you can really, like, that's why that education and outreach plan is in there, right? Because ostensibly you are going to be super passionate about this stuff and want to evangelize about it, right? That's what you want to do. So I would say, like, the Spice Girl quote didn't survive, but it was really like a reminder at the top of that proposal of like, this is what I'm doing, right? Like this is what I'm trying to accomplish. It's something personal. It's a really a personal goal that I want to get to, and yeah, it makes rejection also quite a bit harder than for other proposals. But trust me, you'll get through it.
Any questions from the in-person participants here? If you do have a question, again, please land in the middle. So another question is, I think it's a follow-up of our earlier question. When you do meet with the program directors at NSF, I believe all four of you have done that with your submission. What questions do you ask? Can you share some pointers? Yeah, share some experience, some pointers. So if you show them a one-page summary of your research, email to them, hopefully, in advance, and then once you meet with them, what are the type of questions you can ask? So Josiah, if you are ready.
Well, actually, I think I'll add to that, but responding to what Bart said too, because Bart said something earlier, when you write the proposal, even if it doesn't get awarded and you spend your 3 tries, still that act of writing the love letter was very important, right? Because that is kind of the career. So, you know, people have maybe written out ideas that it just wasn't the time, right? And then come back to them. So just the act of doing this is really important, I think, just as junior young scientists. So it actually, writing the career made me rethink how I write all of my proposals, right? In a positive way, I think. What did I ask the NSF person? Who did I meet with first? I think it was, is this a fit? Like, who am I? Where should I be? What's the purpose of life? Why am I a professor? Like, I asked those type of questions. It's just maybe too much. But the big one was, is this thing that I think I want to do in scope for CSR, right? And then, you know, because at that time I'd never been on a panel. I'd never seen the slide deck that's like, this is what computer systems research is, right? Because I hadn't looked online. Oops. I think that was very helpful just in situating where I was in, for example, the systems research stack and where my contributions might be. And also I was like, am I framing these research questions in a way that appeals to like cultural norms of computer systems researchers in the panel, right? Because they gave me kind of tweaks of like, well, you need to think of this, you're building something interesting and you're integrating a lot of cool things. pull out and tease out the particular computer systems research questions, right? Adaptability, scalability, energy efficiency, and how you're doing something new, right? And that was a good word, right, as we kind of iterated through it. So yeah, maybe ask them for hard feedback. They'll give it to you generally, critical hard feedback. And it's nice, I think maybe Wendy or Mimi or someone had told me that they can, you know, a program director, I know they're all right there. So a program director has so much experience reading these one-pagers that you send, right? That they can often just immediately kind of look at it and be like, oh, this is what's missing. And they're giving you kind of the informed experience of seeing many, many review panels and reviewers from across many different areas, how they react to proposals. And so that's really useful to get that kind of general perspective on the field for you, where you would kind of have to outsource this to a lot of different people. So I'd kind of view it in that way.
Great, yeah, maybe we'll move on to this. We still have a lot of questions online. So this one, I think it's certainly quite very useful for people who just started the process. When you write a career proposal, you have to include some of your existing work to show that this approach can work. At the same time, you also want to have to balance this with the work you're proposing, your will deliver in the future. So what is that balance here? How do you manage that, your proposal?
So I'll start. So when I am writing a proposal, especially the career NSF, but any proposal, I early on sent a proposal draft to a senior professor in my department, and he was like, this is a lot of good content in the beginning of your proposal, but your research doesn't start until page 6. And so it looks like you're not proposing a lot of research. And he's like, your broader impacts and all that stuff looks really great. And he gave me the advice to just move it to the end of the proposal so the research is up front. So I would say that you always want to think about the high-level overview of your proposal in just the raw page numbers. What page are you starting your research on? You don't want that to be too deep into your actual proposal. So that's one thing to keep in mind. You can shift things to the end if it's extra or required content, but not the main research contribution. And then for me, I basically had 3 paragraphs in my entire career proposal dedicated to preliminary/relevant prior work. 1 paragraph for each section that I was bringing it forward in. And if I had preliminary work that was, for instance, a publication, I would cite the publication, and then I would focus a couple sentences on the key outcomes that the evaluation highlighted that were relevant for what I was trying to build off of in the proposal. The reviewers can go and look up that publication, or if it's a preprint, whatever it is. I didn't need those details actually in my proposal. I just needed the impact of that research in my proposal for what I was building off of.
Or actually, there's a follow-up question mentioned earlier here, because I guess you talk about the balance between theory and more applied research in your proposal. So the question was about how you balance these two, the fundamental research versus more applied research in your proposal. How do you balance these two? If you can share something.
Yeah, I think so. Human-computer interaction is weird because we use theory from psychology and sociology in those fields, and sometimes we even pretend that we even feed back into those fields with our theories. I think it's important to, I don't think you always have to make necessarily a strong theoretical contribution, but you need to know that the theory exists, and you need to be able to embed your work in that theory. And the main reason for that, I think, is the generalizability of your work, right? Like if you have a theoretical underpinning for your work, then it's not just in the one application area that you're proposing. Then you can ostensibly also extend it to other fields without even necessarily mentioning it in the proposal, because there's no space for that, right? But a good theoretical underpinning, and for instance, say like, this is going to overcome the concept of choice overload, which is something that psychologists have studied before. That works a lot better than saying, oh, we're going to make sure that college kids know how to choose a job, right? Like that suddenly makes it much higher level. And so I think that's the purpose of the theoretical element of this, is to really have that kind of more fundamental contribution than just I'm fixing this problem, this practical problem.
So Eileen, I guess next we'll switch to you here. And your proposal was highly interdisciplinary. You got your career proposal funded by the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure. So there's one question for you online. So how did you tailor your proposal for this program? In particular, if someone else writing similar proposals, what advice do you have for them?
Yeah, I think that for those kind of like very interdisciplinary types of proposals, there is that big aspect. I think that Bart kind of just commented on this like ability to sort of embed your work in these adjacent fields as much as you can. And so that does mean if it's OAC and sort of interdisciplinary, for me, it was both showing what are all the references to sort of earth science and geophysics research that's out there that's relevant background. And then also what are those like connections to sort of PDEs, community and harmonic analysis, linear algebra, and sort of scientific computing communities. And so being able to sort of connect with all of those with references was really important. And then I guess that the other aspect of that is kind of, if you're saying that you're going to do computational science research and you really are going to have an impact on that field, being able to show that kind of like long history or at least a year's worth of history of sort of interfacing with that community. So that does mean like showing up to some of their conferences, maybe submitting some, preliminary work to some of their journals, having that out in preprints that you can cite, things like that, so that you can kind of establish that interaction. Because I think that it would be hard for me to read a proposal that has that very interdisciplinary aspect and not see anything in someone's maybe bio sketch or past references that really showed close contact with that community that they're trying to interface with.
So I think if I may follow up quickly. So for those proposals, how do you select which program you should submit to? How do you decide which PD you should approach?
Yeah, so I went through a whole lot of different program directors that I talked to. And so I had started with computational math. This was what my coworkers told me to look at. The program manager was pretty clear. You need to totally change your focus to be just the applied math side of things, or this isn't a good fit. So I decided this is what I want to do with my career. And so I'm going to start looking for other programs that would line up better. I tried geophysics, but it was very clear their call did not support any computational methods research. And so that was not going to be a good fit for the primary, but I did have a good conversation with that program director and come back later after I found out about secondary reviews to talk to them about the secondary review option. And so they were enthusiastic about that. And then I had also looked at civil infrastructure. Surprisingly, the civil engineering programs were very open to computational methods, but for me, it felt like maybe it was going to be hard to tell like who would be my reviewers, and if I couldn't really control who my reviewers would be, which we can't, then I felt like I didn't want to leave that much up to chance. And so when I found out about Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure, that seemed like a really good fit. I did need to make sure with that one, more so than say with geophysics or civil infrastructure, I guess it's CMMI, but more so than with those programs, it was really important for me to show those strong connections to the applied math, computational math, and computational science communities on the research. And how is this going to basically serve as a way to sort of move forward those fields more so than what's going on the geophysics side.
So next one is actually a technical question. So in your proposal submission, can you include an endorsement letter from your industry partners? And can they get support on your career proposal? Maybe that's a question for that is.
Only letters of collaborations are allowed. That too, there is a template for it. But I would suggest if somebody is going to show that they are working with industry or industry is willing to support them, that should be described within the project description a little bit so that that gives you more.
or optionally the facilities and equipment if they're lending, computing time or laboratory space or things of this nature. But it should be clear within the project description and or facilities section who all your external collaborators are, and all you're allowed to do is contribute a letter. It has to be in the project description, just what they're contributing.
Great.
I can jump in on many of you may be working with different kinds of NSF facilities that are actually managed by nonprofit companies. And so in those cases, they would be contributing things like saying that, yes, they are interested in having their staff spend salaried time talking to you and helping guide your work in some ways, or just listening to what you're doing so that they can stay up on whatever methods you're contributing that could be of value to their facility. And so again, that was described in the context of the proposal, and then it was just that standard form letter. But that might be a pretty common situation for many of you.
Next question is certainly from someone who planned to submit a proposal this summer. So in the next few months of work ahead of us, so how do you plan your work? What are your suggestions? And how, actually this question is quite specific. How many hours did you put into your proposal during the last few months before submission? So please. Oh, this one got our panel thinking, so that's a great question.
Yeah, I think writing iteratively is really important. So don't try to start with the first sentence, right? Like write your outline. I think we saw some really good outlines today, and that's usually how a proposal starts, is with a good outline of all of the ideas. There's also actually a point where, in many cases, you can actually start getting the support letters at that point, right? Like a lot of the people who write support letters, they don't care necessarily about the exact letter of your proposal. If you have an idea and if you can get them the broad idea, some of these organizations take a long time even to sign that stupid form letter. They think that they can edit that letter. and it takes them back and forth to kind of explain, no, this is how it's supposed to be. So kind of do that stuff early on. And then, indeed write iteratively, share intermediate versions of your proposal with your reviewers, with the people who are going to look at it. I've noticed that when I share an early draft with someone, I'm much more likely to listen to their commentary than when I share a late draft. So I would say start writing early, write quick and dirty first, and then get it out there as soon as you can. And then keep working on it iteratively yourself.
How many hours? If you can. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Honestly, I really don't know, because a lot of the work was actually done when I wrote the CRI proposal. So a lot of it was, let me copy paste some stuff and then start editing that. I think over the summer, I think there are certainly, starting at this point till the deadline, I think there was certainly 20 hours, something like that in there.
Per week.
In total, I mean, at this point, you do want to be at a position where you don't want to have to work on it full time. It's not going to give you a really good proposal if you work on it full time from now on. But yeah, treat it as, another, when you write when you submit your summer funding thing to your university, think about this as one of the things that you're going to do, right? You're spending 1 month on this project, 1 month prepping for teaching, and then 1 month writing this. I think that's pretty fair.
Alison, I don't know if you have anything to add. I know you got your award selected in your first try, so.
Oh, it was second try.
Second try, okay.
Yeah. First baby, second try. Yeah, so I mean, I didn't start writing mine till May, so certainly if you're just getting started, it's totally fine. I definitely, like I said, I wrote it in a week, but that was not a very polished version. And so the incremental proofreading, doing some proofread, step away, come back, that was really helpful. So I definitely agree with incremental writing. Also,
I would say get over the fear of sharing an incomplete draft as well. You know, sometimes you're sharing it with senior colleagues in your department and you might want it to just be this pretty polished thing, but just share it as soon as you have the core research written, for instance, or whatever it may be. And yeah, I don't think I could give hours because it was kind of a blur.
So I have a question here from the audience, please.
Hi, Aloha Sultanagai from UIUC. I have two questions actually. One about the scope or how ambitious the proposal must be. So I think two comments from your presentations, like going from three thrusts and 3 tasks under each, or thinking of each task being a paper. So one way that I would think about it is you get 1 student for 5 years. In my area, 1 student can at best produce 1 paper each year. So does it mean that the amount of work I'm proposing should be equivalent to 5 papers for 5 years, or should it be more ambitious? Like how really, can you make it a bit more concrete on how big what you're proposing should be?
Okay, so I had some experience doing a project for US Army where you want to under-propose and over-deliver on those grants because you have like monthly deliverables and they will actually kind of test you on those. And they like usually subsequent funding is conditional upon you hitting your targets. I wouldn't necessarily say that with the NSF it's the other way around because Dan will get mad at me. But you can over promise a little bit, but don't make it an over promise. Make it a thing where it's like you have these stretch goals, right? You have the 10-year plan in there because you're probably going to work with students on this thing that are not necessarily funded by this thing as well. You're going to do some of your own work. You're going to start collaborations with people who are going to, you know, conveniently do part of the work, not exactly, but, you know, to some extent. So I think proposing more than you can necessarily completely accomplish is okay, as long as you're honest about that, and as long as it's clear that, you know, by the end of this is kind of like where you want to be at, so to say.
Yeah, I think for like systems and sensing stuff, yeah, it takes a long flipping time to do anything, and then everything breaks, and then the humidity was off by 1%, so all your backscatter experiments fail, like all those things. Or someone turned the microwave on, right? Oh no. The way I looked at it was I had each of the 3 tasks, right? I had, you know, there was definitely going to be a paper in there for sure. And I would try to flesh that out as much as possible. But then the next part of it, maybe this is a half or a third of the rest of that kind of, you know, task. So also leave lots of room for you to talk about research as much as possible. Maybe half or a third of that was like, okay, and here's the 1 to 50, right? Different potential directions this could take, showing that it's a very vibrant area rich with ideas, right? And then I can, yeah, of course, I'm going to be constrained because it's like, you know, 600K, 450 to 600K, whatever that might be. Maybe 1 student and like, you know, enough summer salary to go to like Costco for 1 trip. Honestly, like that's how I kind of measure summer salary now. And so like, you know, there's going to be other things that come in, and having that team or that environment of students that can share, and then maybe also leaning on collaborators is how I think the actual work will get done. But yeah, I think it's almost like overpromise on ideas maybe, right? And then many of them will come to fruition, but as long as you're painting that big picture, I think it's probably okay.
Yeah, I agree. And I was just gonna also add that research that's transformative for you, that is defining your career path, doesn't equate to just being so lofty that there's too much research to do. So I would aim to think about what is your transformation, like even the idea of getting that 1 sentence on your first page in a box to present it forward. But just remember that transformative does not mean like you're reaching for the stars and no one's going to think that it's feasible.
Oh, and so you kind of answered my second question as well. What my question is more about the amount of details in the proposal. So I had 2 experiences, not with career, but two rejected proposals. One, the reviewers were concerned that the work is mostly done because I had too much details there. And the other proposal was rejected because it was too vague, basically removing the details. So like, I don't know if there's an easy way of making it a bit more concrete on how much details, like compared to maybe a research paper, how much details did you have about your proposed methods? I don't know, or any other example you have to make it more concrete.
Maybe a quick response here.
I would say that, you know, again, promoting my use of example, that's helpful. And I think that one way you can strike a balance is you might go into detail and a little bit down an initial direction, and then pivot to listing kind of alternatives or other things you might pursue should that not work out, so that it both sounds like you do have an initial game plan, but you're well aware that, you know, things could pop up that you might not think of in that moment, but here's all the things you would do to kind of mitigate those. So kind of, you know, have some initial detail and then also just go broad on alternatives and mitigations and things like that.
Yeah, let me try to squeeze in a question from online. So this is actually related. In terms of the outcomes and the deliverables, given this 5-year program, how do you place it in the proposal? How do you place it over the years, I'm assuming? How would it be evenly spread out for both research and your educational plan? How do you place the deliverables and outcomes in the proposal?
Yeah, you certainly don't want everything at the end, right? Like it's a 5-year thing and you have to write these yearly reports. So you want to have something to write in each yearly report. Although those reports are quite flexible in whether you present ongoing activities versus outcomes. It's still really nice to be able to just post a win, right? So what I ended up doing, and I've seen a lot of other proposals do the same, is do a lot of this work. A lot of what you propose, make it iterative. So like, I'm gonna run this class 3 years out of the 5 years. And in year 1, I do the simple version, and then I'm expanding it in year 3, and then I'm doing it again in year 5. And every time adding something. That way you also don't have to put all the details and all the work up front. And I think the same is with the research, right? Like research task 1.1 could be something that you could do in a year. And then, you know, research task 2 can be something that, you know, maybe your first results get in by year 3. And then, so you want to stagger these things a little bit because you also don't want to be in a situation where you're indeed writing 5 papers at the same time because all your results come in at the same time. So I think there's some staggering to be done there so that you are working on different things at all times, different parts in the research cycle.
So please go ahead.
So my question is less about process, but more about mindset. So especially when you kind of like think about, and you think about how you're unique and the only person in the world who can do this, and like it should be kind of like high risk, no gain, high gain, no risk research and all of these things. So do you have, did this happen to you? And if so, do you have strategies to kind of like, you know, calm yourself down and be like, it's all good, it's just one award. Like, you know, do you second guess yourself and how do you get out of that?
I can jump in on that one. So I guess that like for me, I thought about who are the people that I really like, I respect their work, I think a lot of it, but also that I see like working on related topics. And then I started to say with each one of these people, how do I see the things that I really like as being like different from the things that they really like? Like if I were to form a collaboration with this person, what would be the way that we would actually decide who leads what kind of tasks? Even though I'm not doing collaboration within the career proposal itself, it was sort of helpful for me to think about that uniqueness in that kind of perspective. So it's not even saying like, I'm the best or something like that, which is a very hard mindset to get to, but it's just, how am I differentiated from these other people who are somewhat interested in the same things as me?
I think that's really good advice. I think different people have different extents to which they can be their own hype man, right? And even that term has a gender component to it, which, you know, that concept probably has as well. So talk to people, and this also goes a little beyond. We've been talking about sharing your proposal with other people. You don't just get input by sharing your proposal, you also get input by just talking to people. So some of y'all had done your PhD or part of your career during COVID. Going to conferences is great. So go back to conferences and talk to people. And again, don't be too afraid to talk about your proposal ideas, and find people who may have a different style of talking about their work than you. I know for myself, I can talk very high-minded about my own work, and I sometimes need to be pulled back down to earth. So I talk to someone, my wife, who can say, no, Bart, that's dumb. You know, like, or, you know, you have to, you know, be a little bit more down to earth about how you talk about this. And, you know, but vice versa, sometimes you talk to someone, you're like, no, but you can make this so much more interesting by hyping it up like this, right? So punch it up or bring it down. And yeah, be aware that you may not be the best person to do that for yourself, and find someone who is somewhat compatible with you to help you with that.
Given the time, I think we'll probably have to solve the questions here.
Cultivate your fan club. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Yes, given time, unfortunately, we'll have to stop here. And if you have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to the four panelists. We have their names on the website in the program schedule. You can find their names. It's also on the slide here. And all four of them promised before the panel that they will be answering their additional questions through email. So take up on the offer and send the questions to them through email. And we still have maybe 3 minutes. I want to give each panelist a final chance to maybe make one remark, one message, 30 seconds each, please. Yeah, so Josiah, if you don't mind, we'll start with you since it's at the table here.
Yeah, I mean, the mindset, right? I think it is, again, cultivating the fan club, like I said, or cultivating a community around you of peer mentors, senior mentors, people that you're going through the same thing with, right? That is what is so helpful to just the mindset and the journey itself, and view this as a thing that is, you know, iterative, not just for this proposal, but for your career. And that makes it worth it no matter the outcome.
Yeah, I would say that on my first career attempt, I thought my research was interesting and exciting. And that pales in comparison to how excited I am about the research in my actual funded second attempt. So you're going to want to pick an idea that you're just genuinely very excited about, that if someone started a conversation with you, you would just go on and on and on with them about it, because like, if you get me started, I will. And that's different than how I was with my first idea. And if you have that passion for your idea, it's going to come through in every aspect of your proposal, from the, you know, what do I do in my education plan? That will fall into place because your passion will be driving what you're doing with all of that. So find an idea that you just can't stop thinking about.
Yeah, reiterating something, I noticed a lot of the panelists have like shared their proposal in different formats, in different venues before, right? So write a position paper for your conference, even something as quote unquote trivial as your own university's research symposium. Who attends those? Well, go there, go there and present your idea, right? Like, even if there's only 4 people in the room, even you just talking about it, I've noticed when I talk about my own ideas, I develop as I'm speaking, right? And even if there's nobody in the room, even if I'm talking to my baby, I am changing how I'm thinking. And even if it's those 4 people in the room, they're going to have something to say about it. So different formats, different audiences, just keep talking about it, keep talking about it, keep talking about it. It keeps you excited, it keeps you interested, it keeps you grounded in why you're doing this.
Okay, Eileen, so we got the final words.
I think sticking to your guns about what you're really excited, like Allison said, that's really important. You know, several years into having the award, I look back on what would have been the work had I changed my research to fit the first program that my coworkers told me I should apply to. And I don't think I would have been as excited about it, and it wouldn't have connected to all my other projects as well. And so I'm really glad I stuck to my guns, looked around until I found that right program so that I could really do the research I was excited about. And then that's really been this sort of springboard for other projects as well. And so hopefully you all are able to kind of figure out the right program for your research and the stuff that you're really enthusiastic about.
Okay, great. Let's thank our four amazing candidates one more time. So next, let me introduce Jenny, who's the program director from the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure. So we'll bring your slides up here. Just 1 second.
After going through these sections, I think my slides just duplicate all the discussion. Many of these are discussed already. So look at this as a summary. This works? No? Okay. Thank you. Slides here or not? Oh, okay. You show it. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jenny Lee again. This slide is actually coming from Darleen Fisher, and she's nice giving me all these slides. I presented it last year as well, and this year many of you is new, so I'm doing this again. We have 3 topics really, and in the beginning we have a quick look at the overall proposal life cycle. I will share, no? Yes. We will have a quick look at the life cycle, and then we will look at the proposal in 3 stages. Okay. Hello, can you hear me online, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I'm starting on my first slide. So today, my talk, a quick talk, will be first we're covering the overview of the proposal life cycle, and then we go through the pre-submission and the review, and then the post-submission. Okay. And here is the picture. And we draw this picture from the PAPPG. You heard about the mention of PAPPG many times. PAPPG provides us the rules for proposals. In this diagram, this is useful for people to know who is the first time, who is really new to the NSF submission system. And from this diagram, you can see that from the left here, we start with the solicitation. Besides career proposals, if you want to submit any proposals, it would be very nice to look at the solicitation. That's the first step, look at the solicitation. And once you're very familiar with the solicitation, following the instructions in the solicitation, prepare your proposal, then you submit. You see the submit button here, I'm over here. And currently, the submission can go through research.gov and grants.gov. And after you submit, usually after 1 day later, usually I think that's in the system will go through, I think 12 midnight. In the 1 day later, and for us, our office, our program officials, our program directors, we will receive the proposal in something, we have some internal system called e-jacket. And after we receive that, usually we have many proposals. We have to bin them into several categories, and then we started to prepare for the reviews. There are 4 kinds of reviews for different kind of proposals. And for the Korean one, I'm just going to talk about the one most relevant to the Korean ones. We usually have a panel review plus ad hoc reviews. For instance, one example last year, I have one, say I have a proposals OAC. You see the OAC is very interdisciplinary, right? So we have a panel review it, and then I went to Geo division and asked them, can you also give us some ad hoc review? So they find a new additional reviewer to review that. So usually it's a combination of the 2 of them. After the reviews, we create the entire portfolio of all the proposals, and then so based on the portfolios, balance of the portfolios, we can select awards. We talk to our division directors, and division director have a discussion meeting. We call it in our office, we call it portfolio review. And then we review that, and then they concurred. After they concurred, we send that to DGA, and DGA finally will approve. And then once you receive a letter from DGA, that's the final one. You receive the award. Okay, so that's the whole flow. And look at the time. We need 90 days from the beginning of the solicitation. And then if I know that career solicitation is not changed this year, but it's very likely to change next year. I'm in the careers, the entire NSF-wide career working group, and we might change it next year. So very important that you have 90 days, check the solicitation. Okay, they might change it next year. And then after that solicitation coming out, after you submit, we have 6 months. And this is 6 months means that most of the proposal will be processed within 6 months. Sometimes, especially this year, some budget issues, we might be later than 6 months, might be longer than 6 months. After the concurred, usually it takes about a month for DGA to give you the final notification. And the letter from DGA is the final notification. Okay, are there any questions before we go on to the next ones? Again, I said many times that first bring your solicitation at FAQ. For Korea, we have both solicitation and FAQ. Both of them are online. And we also mentioned this many times. This is just a summary of our discussion today, I hope. So looking for the, you want to start early? Okay, read your solicitation. You also want to start early. You want to contact the program officials, program directors as soon as possible. And somebody mentioned about 6 months, right? Also, you want to describe your ideas, how you will accomplish it, and what kinds of resources you need. This one is important for OAC because OAC, most of the case, we have a high performance computing clusters, and you need to know how you get through those clusters. And then you identify and answer potential questions. What kind of research gaps and what kind of needs, and your research will fill all those gaps. Any questions before we go on? I'm so used to a classroom that interactive with students, so I'm not used to just talk myself. And this one we say many times. As I say, this slide's already been covered by today's discussion. Try to serve on a panel. It would be nice to have an in-person panel. We don't have it yet, but we could come out soon. And many people say that try to have a topic that excites you, right? We've said it many times that as well. So this is a good summary. I think I said that in order for you to participate in the panel, you can either contact the program directors or sign up for the newsletter. For OAC, we have a newsletter, and every time we have a program looking for reviewers, the newsletter will send out a survey, and you can fill in those surveys. Like CSSI survey is there all the time, right? And next question is this morning people ask, what about CRII? And many people ask me that question, should I submit to CRII? Should I submit to Korea? And please remember, within the same year, you can either submit to CRII or Korea. You cannot do both. So you need to pick one. And so in what situation you do the CRI, what situation you do the Korea, you can read through this slide. To make sure that if you have enough resource and you're confident that you already have a startup package, you already have a clear idea for career, and you already have a preliminary result, you already published in the top journal, then you probably don't need a CRII, right? You can just go for a career. And if you look at this at the opposite side, look at the other end, right? If you need a startup package, right, and your institution don't give you enough support, then you want to start with CII first. Okay. And here's very important, if they're on the same topic, I think the one of the PI mentioned earlier, right? You want to make sure that your proposed research is different enough from your original CRI one, right? And you also want to show that you have some results from your CRI. If you don't have results, it can explain, right? Like the earlier ones, recommended system might take too much time to build. That's a great reason, right? Good. And in that case, for the recommended system, if you can build a recommended system rather than studying theory, you can submit to OAC. Okay. Any questions on top? Okay. Another one is a topic selection and alignment. Which division do I submit to? We talked about that. We discussed this several times now. One suggestion is to use the award search to look up for the previous award to see that your proposal is relevant to any of those. And again, write a one-page summary to your program director and ask them. And I'll talk to them, like today we have tomorrow sessions, we have sessions coming out this week. And those are the ways to do that. This is just my summary of our discussion today. I might miss some of this. Let me know if I miss anything. I can update this for next year. Hopefully, next year, right. This question also asks, when is the best time to submit? So as soon as you have good research idea, you have a well-developed and well-written proposal, you have an important problem, a compelling approach to solve it, you have preliminary results, and you also have good, actionable, broader impact, integration, education, and research plan. Remember, all these are good criterions for reviews. And then you're ready to submit. If you have everything to go, you're ready to submit. But you definitely don't want to submit 3 months before the deadline, right? Remember, things could still change the 3 months. But if it's within the 3 months, if you're ready to submit, you can submit. You really don't want to wait until the last minute. We do have, every year, we have at least like 10, 20 proposals late by 1 minute, 2 minutes, or some even late by 10 seconds. And I don't think we kind of let them in, right? Right, so make sure you submit before the deadline. If you choose a wrong program or division, we usually communicate very often. I talk to the other PDs, and then we kind of trade proposals sometimes. And some proposals, if you submit to a wrong one, they could get sent into a correct one. Yes.
Is your submission portal, if you submit once, are you able to override?
Yes, you're allowed to update as many times as you want until the deadline. Yeah, right. Just make sure you don't update it right on the deadline, then you might get a wrong version in, right? Right. And so now this is the second part. We're talking about reviews. I think we covered this many times as well. We usually review every proposal. We need to review against intellectual merit and the broader impact. And also for the proposal, we also review something called solicitation-specific criteria. And for the career, the only one for that is education plans, the integration of research and education. And remember I mentioned that after the panel reviews, we put them together into a portfolio and then look at the entire portfolio. For instance, say we have 10 panels, right? Each panel has, say, 12 proposals. Then we have 120 proposals. for the division, we put it together for office advanced cyber infrastructure. So for OAC, we put all the proposals together. I'm just giving an example, not exact number. We're not allowed to give out numbers. Okay, so we put it all together into the portfolio, and then how do we pick which one we awarded, right? Very often we pick based on the ranking of the reviews, right? The top ones, very easily decide. What about the middle one? Okay, so we take into account which is the peer recommendations, which is the review result, availability of funds, and we also consider other proposals in the same group. We want to make sure we cover all the different topics in the field. We also take into consideration the scope of the program. We considered the balance of all the subfields, right? For like high-performance computing, scientific computing, right? We have, suppose we're supporting one geophysics, we might want to support another one chemistry or different ones. We try to cover all the subfields and available of funds in the topical area, in this topic, how much fund we have, and the total funds we have. And also, we also follow some general foundation policies. For instance, like this year, we have a policy that small states need to get 10% of funding. So all those would affect the final decisions. And these are the review evidence. This is the one, if you're a reviewer, you already know all this, because every time if you're a reviewer, your program director will send you a template of the review, and they will send you this information. And as you can see that those are the ones in the research, you have a potentially to be transformative, you have a sound rational, well reasoning, those are things we all talked about earlier today. We also assessment of success, evaluation, and the individual qualification, right? I think I mentioned that for careers, some kind of a little bit different. Is that for instance, for core, we only look at your research idea. For career, we also look at the person, right? Because this is a personal, and we're looking for leadership in the future. 5 years from now, you'll be the leader of the field. You'll be the leader of your department. So that's a well-qualified individual. And all those, and also the resource available, because this one's additional for cyber infrastructure, because cyber infrastructure, as I mentioned, you need to have a resource to do your research. And nowadays, AI also needs a lot of research. Right, that's why we have a NAIL program, so all the resource for AI. So what is the reviewer looking for? They're looking for clear summary. That first page, very important. We mentioned it many times. Relevant, related work, a little bit of background, preliminary work, impact, broader impact. And just now we also have discussion, high risk, high reward, balancing between the two, right? You want to make sure that some component is doable and some component high risk and high reward. And budget, make sure you have a budget, it's a clear budget, 5 years budget, and evaluation plan. Okay, any questions, comments?
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
Yeah.
yes.
Hi, I'm Shana from Iowa State.
Okay.
So when we resubmit a previously declined career proposal,
yes,
is it treated as a completely new submission, or is there some amount of memory utilized while selecting the reviewers or in any of the review process?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a completely new submission. However, any of you want to answer that? Or?
Each submission is treated as a new proposal. The memory stops at the program directors. We don't tell the reviewers that this has previously been reviewed.
Yeah, but there's a way to find out.
Find out what?
The reviewers, they can find out this is first or second or third submission.
We do not convey that to the reviewers because it would penalize first-time proposers.
Right. But they could find out. It's just we don't tell them. They could find out.
They can infer if you're
exactly. They can
hired last year, probably your first submission. If you're up for tenure review, it's probably your last submission.
Right. They could find out. Right. Exactly. That's not one of the criteria. Actually, research find out they're equal, right? the new submissions or the third time they are in for a chance, right? Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think I covered this. The PDs holding the panels, right? And then make recommendation based on the panel review outcomes. And clusters, typically they discuss those competitive proposals across all panels. Remember I mentioned, we put it into the entire portfolio. And we look at the intellectual merit, broader impact, integration of this. So those are the key to Korea. So all those are covered. And for each cluster, actually for the Korea, for OAC, I can only talk about OAC. We brief the division director, office director, and the deputy office director for approval. Okay, we have a portfolio review discussion. Usually takes a couple hours. And we usually send them the portfolio before the discussion. So they know about the portfolio before the discussion. And then after that, we write justification and we send a recommendation to the grants office and OGA, and then they will make the final award. Okay, they will send you an email for the final awards. Okay. And if it's declined, then PI will get a anonymous review. But nowadays, actually, they do get because of PO comments, they do know who the PD is. In the old times, that they don't even know who the PD is. Okay, so somebody asked about what do I do if I'm declined? Okay, the first, apparently, you carefully read the reviews and the panel summary and ask yourself, did I select an important problem? Was I clear about what it is? Okay, because you have a decision you have to decide you're going to use the same idea or you can create a new one. And next question, ask yourself, did I explain with preliminary results, my approach is credible, it's doable, it's achievable in 5 years. And also, if you look at the review, usually if you get declined, usually the reviewers find some concerns. Are those concerns critical? And are they showstoppers? Are they addressable? Can you address that? Right? If you think it is not addressable, for instance, one of the PI mentioned that her second part rely on the first part because first part cannot be fixed. Right? In that case, then it's better to have a new idea. But if you think this is fixable, if you get your review that's fixable, then you can fix that. And then after you do that, wait a little bit, don't go back to that. And then you go back and read your proposal again and then review again, and then ask that question again. Because when you just see that, you might be very excited about it, right? So you might not think correctionally. So wait a little bit, wait some time, and then come back to read the reviews again. And after that, after you think through it, maybe in a month or two, then you talk to program director about how to improve your proposal. Right. And I do have the situation that as soon as you receive it, email me right away. Like, I would appreciate it if you wait a little bit, think through it, and then contact us. Right. Okay. And this one answers the question, if declined, should I resubmit? Usually, because when you resubmit, it's another year later, right? And some fields evolve so quickly, like AI, like LLM, right? They go so quickly. In 1 year, a year ago, nobody knew about the OpenAI, ChatGPT, right? And a year later, it's common, right? So you want to think about, is this still an important topic, right? And in the meantime, and make sure that you still continue with your literature survey, right? Continue with a review of the literature to make sure you're keeping up with the latest development in the new year. And so you know there's any new topic, new approach being overcome by events or something else that had a better idea or really solve a problem. So keep it up, right? So you need to update. And even after you review everything, the problem is still not solved, then then this topic is still viable. And in that case, then think about how you're going to rewrite the proposal. So rewrite your proposal and update the review of the literature and add a word you have been done since the last proposal, right? Because 1 year later, you might have a new publications. Make sure you update, add those, and address those concerns, right? And but keep in mind that, like we just mentioned, that the next review, the next round, everything is new, so everybody is equal, right? It's like a new summation. The only thing is that us, I tend to know that, oh, we declined this one, this is the one. So program directors, they know, they remember if this is the first one or not the first one. So how do you handle the declines? Even most accomplished PIs get declined, right? And if you notice that even the most senior ones, they also get some decline. So it's not a big deal. Don't take it too seriously. Don't worry about it. Even if you don't get career, you can still get other ones, right? Like calls and other programs. And it hurts, we understand, it hurts to get declined. So wait on that, sit through it, sleep through it, don't worry about that for a couple of days, for a month, then start coming back to work on that. And acknowledge the disappointment to yourself and move on, just move on. Okay, that's a negative side. On the positive side, if you have a good 5-year idea and in an important research topic, and that has a potential for significant impact, then that's a good news. You probably get an award. And then what's the good news? Well, you're on your way to an award career proposal. And so I have some additional advice before we go on. This is a repetition. We want to start early, edit often, creating a comparing narrative, show your understanding of the literature, and show the sufficient preliminary results, and include a well thought out, actionable, and broader impact. Right, that's just repetition as a summary. Okay, so now this is a real one. So after you're selected for award, and you typically will get an email from one of the program directors. And they sometimes, if you have a budget that's not reasonable, they sometimes will negotiate a budget with you. And sometimes, if you know no proposal is perfect, sometimes they even ask you for clarification questions, and also ask you for a public abstract, and ask you for follow-up for IRB, and sometimes they ask you to set up a career website, a career awards website. Also, they could explain to you expectations for content or annual report, final report. So basically, at this stage, if you get an email from the program director, that's good news. You're close to getting the award. And after getting the award, congratulations, you got an award, okay? Then continue with the research, follow through your proposals. Your proposal is supposed to have a timeline. Follow through the timeline. If you change any scope, you need to email. Also, if you change a budget or something, a certain number, then you need to contact us. And then just follow through. Annual reports, you want to write a meaty annual report? For us, for OAC, I'd like to see, we need you to provide your link to your codes and your data. Because we are cyber infrastructure, we are assuming that whatever your research outcome will become part of cyber infrastructure in the future. So you need to have a link so people can get to it and use them. We also expect you to create a career program project website, include your research summary, your paper presentation, integration of education plan and outreach activities. So all those would be nice to provide it in your reports. Like provide the links to all those, and then it will be better for you, more convenient for us. Thank you. That's it. Are there any questions? What do I do with timing? How much time do I have?
Hi, this is Saira Anwar again from Texas A&M University. My question is regarding, we had a lot of discussion on collaboration letters or support letters, whatever.
Yes.
But department head letter, that is also something which is part of the career grant. So how that should be formulated, what content it should have, or what it should look like, how important it is to have a substantial amount of departmental letter. The second question is regarding the interdisciplinary projects. If we are working with more than one department, do we need multiple department head letters, or one, which is the primary department, is sufficient? So what does the process look like? Thank you.
I answer. Okay, so for eligibility letter, you only need the one who decided your tenure, that one. Yeah, fine.
And most of those letters run typically 2 pages. Set that up, thank you. Look at that, just like last year. Thanks, great job, Jenny. There it is. Okay, thanks. Wanted to cover some basic mistakes in career awards. Please don't let the initial photos be too discouraging that you see here. For the first 2 slides, keep in mind that your proposal follows the peer review process, and in any peer review context, your job as an author is to win over the reader. Okay. So first common mistake, fonts too small. Here I mean 10-point font for most of these. And I raise this because we get frequent complaints from the viewers about the fonts too small, and that is relevant because among the many ingredients that go into winning proposal, annoying the reviewers isn't one of them, okay? And when we see these small fonts, it's usually a sign that somebody's putting too much information, trying to cram in too many words into the proposal. We'll refer to that in a few slides from now. But at this point, let's remind why this generates so many complaints, because small fonts promote reader fatigue. And once reader fatigue sets in, this is your worst enemy. Once that sets in, the likelihood that the reviewers will capture the essential points you want to make diminish markedly, okay? So we will return to this in a few slides from now. At this point, let's just see what the proposal and award policies and procedures guide, the PAPPG, has to say. For most of these 11 point, most of these come in with Times Roman or Computer Modern Roman. The minimum font size is 11 point. Margin should be 1 inch in all directions and no more than 6 lines of text to the vertical inch. The best way to satisfy this is start with one that already meets these specifications as a template. Use that. I give a link here at the bottom. I think these slides will be made available after the fact. These are put together with, these are LaTeX samples we put together with the folks who do research.gov. They pass all their compliance checks, so you can use that as a starting point. Or as suggested by the earlier speakers, take somebody who's already done a successful proposal. Next one, illegible figures. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words or maybe a few equations, provided you don't make your visuals overly crowded, because then it looks like a pill that's too big to swallow and the reader does not swallow it. So I have a couple examples here. One at the top, we have put 8 or 10 curves crammed into the same plot. Each one has a slightly different line style of character. For each of the 8 or is it 10, you count them. You're supposed to go down to the legend box, which goes over an abbreviation. That means who the hell knows what. And the one at the bottom, we call that a spaghetti diagram because there are too many lines on the page. What are we supposed to do? Follow each of them? Go on. Okay. So both of these are examples of something that makes perfect sense to whoever created it. And the rest of us looking at it, scratch our head and go, what is the takeaway? I should point out both of these come from the MathWorks, right? Those are the people who make MATLAB. And apparently people over there think this stuff is good. Okay. They both fail what we call the decoding time text. Namely, here's a graphic. You show it to somebody who's seeing it for the first time. How long does it take for that person to decode it? And if that's too long, move on. It's a pill that's too big to swallow. All right, so how would we fix this? For the top one, do you need 10 curves on the same plot? No, you don't. How about yours and the next two competitor? And the message is clear, you're the winner, okay? The one at the bottom, I don't know, maybe regrow those into boxes, but don't put so many lines on the page that it looks like a plate of spaghetti. Okay, second notion is the use of color, which can be very effective at conveying nuance. For example, in MATLAB, when you put multiple curves on the same plot, each of those lines gets a different color. That makes it great to visually separate them. Here's a little secret I'm going to share with you. Many of our reviewers will actually print out your proposal and work from the printed copy. They have it on their laptop, their tablet, they know how to annotate it. But experience shows that it's much more comfortable to work with the printed page than to stare all day at a computer screen. And if they don't have a color printer, that nice colorful plot in MATLAB looks like that up there, right? We call it 15 shades of gray, okay? So the use of color is fine. Just make sure it works in black and white because number one, not everybody has a color printer. And number two, some people are colorblind. That's true. Number three, these are both line drawings. Therefore, you should save them in vector graphic formats. That would include, for example, encapsulated PostScript.eps, encapsulated portable document format.pdf, scalable vector graphics.svg. It would not be so suitable for pixel-based formats, such as portable network graphics.png, graphic interchange format.gif, and especially not suited for a lossy pixel-based format, such as joint photographic experts group.jpg or .jpg. So if you're not an expert in these graphics format, I'll simply say that Wikipedia is your friend. Next one, excessive use of acronyms and abbreviations. And here I'm referring to the ones that you invent and that you alone are using with any frequency, but that constitutes a private language. And when you use a private language, you are not communicating. Now, before we dive into this one, what is the difference between an acronym versus an abbreviation? An acronym, strictly speaking, is you can look this up, is an abbreviation that can be pronounced as a word. Classic example is NASA, right? The National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Put NASA together, you can pronounce it as a word, that makes it an acronym. And as George Carlin once remarked, FBI and CIA are not acronyms. They're assholes. His words, not mine, but if you laugh, you're more likely to remember that distinction. And I say that because oftentimes what you put on your page does not rise to the level of an acronym. It is a mere abbreviation. You cannot pronounce it as a word. So what is it doing in your proposal? Now, you might be asking, well, what's the big deal? Well, here's the big deal. Somebody's reading your proposal. They're getting the gist of your ideas. And then out of nowhere, you drop an abbreviation bomb. Let's say this one right here, NNST-MC. Oh, by the way, anybody know what that stands for? Of course, you don't, and that's the whole point, right? Whenever you drop an abbreviation bomb, you're not communicating. You're putting forth an obstacle, a barrier, an impediment that stands between your ideas and the reader's ability to infer them. Now, of course, at this point, there's always somebody, maybe a few of you say, yes, but I defined it the first time I used it. Sure you did, but where was that? That the previous page? Was that 3 pages earlier? Either way, you have interrupted the reader. They have to stop, figure out where was that first defined. And imagine somebody who has a printed copy of your document. They won't have the benefit of electronic search function. And if we go back to that statement, I defined it the first time I used it. Whoever says that is saying the following, that they expect the reader to commit to memorization, a seemingly arbitrary abbreviation, knowing full well they'll never see it again. Does that sound kind of presumptuous to you? The correct answer, of course, is yes. It's very presumptuous. Remember, it shows zero empathy for the reader. Remember what we said at the beginning, in a peer review context, your job is to win the reader over. The excessive use of these abbreviations has the opposite effect. It alienates the reader because it says to the reader, you are not a member of my club. You are not a part of my club. And so you might think, well, that's such a good idea to be using these. And then finally, to give a sense of what these look like to people who are seeing your work for the first time, what's that one at the top here? That's Klingon, right, from the Star Trek series. And when I look at that, two things come to mind. Number one, I don't know how to pronounce it. Number two, I don't know what it means, just like those abbreviations that you would, in fact, right? So the takeaway from this slide, I hope is clear. The sooner you eradicate yourself of this bad habit, the better a person you become. Okay, here's another bad habit. Called dissing the competition. Diss here means to show disrespect. There is a habit among some proposer writers or some paper authors, whenever they're reviewing other people's work, linking up the competition-related work, they always find some flaw, some defect, some shortcoming, but not your work, right? Yours is free of all of that. It's a classic case of trying to elevate yourself by putting others down. And what's wrong with this strategy? The two words from the beginning, peer review, right? Let me give you a couple of examples. Quite frequently, we'll see something like, we're reviewing others' work, and we ran this technique by Johnson, we got these results, of course, it looked really lousy. So in so many words, saying, well, Johnson's method sucks. Then there's approach by Smith over here, and then, however, comma, then goes the knife. And the problem with this, of course, is peer review is like, well, you said in so many words that Johnson's method sucks. What if Johnson is sitting on the review panel that examines your proposal? Or if not Johnson herself, somebody's familiar with the work, holds it in high esteem, and doesn't appreciate some young whippersnapper casting it in an unfavorable light. And what happens in that case is that they give you a taste of your own medicine. They say, oh yeah, well, your method is defective too, here's why, and then boom, game over for your proposal. Seriously, this is one of the easiest ways to shoot yourself in the foot, right? So the first takeaway, always be diplomatic when you cite other people's work. You don't say Johnson's method sucks, you say Johnson's method works admirably well, provided these conditions hold, whatever those conditions are in your problem space. You then point out that the problem you're working on lies beyond those conditions, so there's still room for improvement, right? So look at the difference. This time, number one, you said nice things about it. Number two, you demonstrated you understand when and where it works. But the earlier version, we said we ran these results, they don't look so good. Don't be blunt here. You look like a doofus by comparison. In fact, whenever you cast other people's work in an unfavorable light, you run the risk of planting in the reviewer's head the thought that maybe you didn't understand this work you're citing. You do not want to plant that idea, because that will lower their confidence in your ability as a researcher. That does not work to your advantage. Okay, so the second takeaway from this one is always demonstrate you understand these references that you're citing. Okay, this one comes up quite frequently among beginning proposers, which we don't clearly separate past, present from futures. What do I mean about these time frames? The past is work that's already been done, prior work. This is where you do your literature review, which we just saw as an exercise in diplomacy. Present refers to what you are working on now. This forms the basis of the preliminary work that goes into proposal. And the future refers to what will you do if your proposal is selected for funding. Now, it's very tempting to write all that as a continuum because it flows. But it's essential that the reviewers understand where this fence lies that separates the present work that has been done from the future work that remains to be done. And if you leave that distinction to guesswork or to inference, well, because time is a continuum, their guess with high probability will fall either side of that ground truth, that fence. And it turns out no matter which side it falls, it is the wrong side of the fence, okay? So let me illustrate why that is. It's not unusual to hear a reviewer say something along the lines that, I really like the direction this work is growing, this looks fantastic. But what I can tell in reading this, most of this is already done. And what has happened there is when the author thought he or she was talking about the future work that remains to be done, the reviewer understood we were still in the present work that has already been done, right? And it's like, oops. And if it falls the other side of the fence, the complaint now is as nice as the work is, there's too much here for the time frame. A lot of it I'd be more comfortable if we had at least some preliminary work to attest to the viability of this approach. And what's happened there is that when the author thought he or she was talking about the present work that has been done, the reader understood we were in the future work that remains to be done. Okay, so you see the confusion that can result here. Right, so the best way is you to be explicit about where that fence lies. If it's work that's done, you call it preliminary work, delineate it as such. If it's work that remains to be done, you call it a future thrust or a future task or whatever the terminology delineate it as such. Do not leave that distinction to guesswork or to inference. So this then brings up the hardest part of writing a proposal. How do you write the future? It hasn't happened yet. I'm going to briefly go through three approaches. The first two don't work, therefore should be avoided. And the third is often found in successful proposals. Version 1, we do not expect to read that on year 2, month 3, day 27, I'll be doing this. Year 3, month 5, day 16, I'll be doing that, right? That does not a research plan make. That is what we call an IKEA instruction manual. Right? The problem there is that's too much of a turn the crank field. Anybody could do it. If you're proposing something anybody could do, well, that's not going to win you a grant from the National Science Foundation. The second technique that doesn't work as well are generic we will statements. The context here is that somebody has done a fantastic job of motivating what the problem is and identifying where are the knowledge gaps. But then the research plan reduces to saying, we will fill those gaps, as in, we will devise a sublinear time routing algorithm, right? You know, we will devise a content filter that preserves privacy while eliminating disinformation, right? And that prompts the question, oh yeah, well, how are you gonna do that? And then as an author, you realize you kind of painted yourself into a corner because the answer is if I were to tell you how I'm going to do that, you'd think I'd already had it done. And that's one of the reasons generic we will statements don't get you very far. Okay, so with that out of line, what does work? Jenny showed a slide with the Heilmeyer list. When you get home, Google it, print it out, frame it, put it on your wall. I will present a condensed version in 3, maybe 4 ingredients. So ingredient number 1, what are you trying to do? Whatever is, I will refer to that metaphorically as a shiny ball at the top of the hill, because that way it's attractive and you want to get there. And whatever that answer is, that should be apparent from the get-go in your proposal, right? I mean, page 1, if not the first paragraph. If you wait until page 3 or 4 to say what you're doing there, it's too late. The train has already left the station. Ingredient number 2, what stands between you and that shiny ball at the top of the hill? In other words, what are the challenges or obstacles that you, or anyone else for that matter, would have to overcome in trying to reach those? Now, by developing these, you accomplish a couple of things. Number 1, you demonstrate that you know what you're getting yourself into, right? Generic we will statements convey none of that. Number 2, it provides the basis for the viewers to assess, is this easy or is this hard? Too often I hear from reviewers that this is really nice, but it looks like incremental extensions of the PI's existing work, whereas in fact, sometimes those extensions can be rather challenging, but how would we know if you don't point out just what those challenges are? Ingredient number 3, what do you bring to the table to convince the reviewers that if anybody has a fighting chance, that person is you? And by bring to the table, I mean, you have some new insight, some new theorem, some new methodology, some new toolkit, or whatever combination of those works in your problem space. So go ahead and share what is in your bag of tricks. What people will often do is illustrate that in the context of a simplified toy version of the problem in order to see how the different pieces might come together. And in doing so, you naturally find yourself articulating lines of attack and or potential solution strategies. Okay, then the final ingredient, how will we know if you're successful? As we saw in one of the discussions this morning, that will vary markedly from one program to the next. So talk to the program director as to what you want. Okay, to recap, number 1, what are you trying to do? Number 2, what are the challenges or obstacles? Number 3, what do you bring to the table? And then finally, how do we know if you're successful? Successful proposals will weave those ingredients into a story. Okay, the next few slides go more into structural features of your proposal. And the context for this one is that come July 24th, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of career proposals hit NSF's servers. SISE is but one director. We're going to get a boatload of those. And our first task is to try to sort those into coherent themes so we know what expertise we're looking for when building review panels. It is not humanly possible for us to read the entire 15-page project description of each and every one of those. So wouldn't it be nice if we had, I don't know, 1-page project description, and well, that's what we're seeing up here. Now, if you look at the 2 examples, there's an essential difference, which is more visible from the back than from the front. And that difference is what? It's the density of text on the page, right? The one to the left apparently is short and sweet, clear, concise, to the point. The model on the right is stuck to the gill. You cannot shoehorn a further word into that. And the suggestion here is that the one on the left is to be preferred to the one on the right. So what I'd like to do is step through both of these So you can understand why that's different. Okay, starting with the model on the left. Basically, you have three text boxes. The first one says overview. Here the proposer explains what is the problem he or she is working on. Why is that problem important? Done. Next comes intellectual merit. Here the proposer explains what does he or she bring to the table towards solving that problem. What are the expected contributions? Then finally comes broader impacts. Here the proposer explains how, if the work is successful, society at large will be the beneficiary, whatever form that answer takes in your particular problem set, right? Clear, concise, to the point. Now let's do the model on the right. Same three text boxes. Starting with overview, this time it goes blah, 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 blah. Then comes intellectual merit, goes blah, 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 blah. And you know, it's all that blah, blah, blah down there. It's already up at the top. And then broader impacts goes blah, blah, blah with a different accent. Now, the problem with all this blah, blah, blah is there's a tendency for people to do two things. Number one, drop a lot of buzzwords according to what they perceive to be hot topics. So I work in an important area. And number two, go off on tangents, neither of which is relevant to the proposal at hand, okay? So do not drop buzzwords if that is not what your proposal is about. Don't talk to me about 40 billion IoT devices unless your proposal is about how to get them peaceably coexist. Don't mention AI or machine learning unless you can solve the explainability problem, okay, et cetera, et cetera. Limit yourself to what the proposal is about. Dropping buzzwords that aren't related to your proposal merely increases the likelihood that it might wind up in the wrong panel, and that does not work to your advantage. All right. Number 4, these have to be the most frustrating words on any review or panel summary. The viewer said that something wasn't clear. Now, keep in mind, it's always clear to the author what they meant, right? It doesn't mean it's clear to the reviewers, right? We can read your proposal, we can't read your mind, right? So typical symptoms, long-winded explanations, too many superfluous details, and poor organization of your thoughts into words on the written page. The remedies here, there's a slightly shorter version and a slightly longer version. The slightly shorter version says, use fewer words. When I was first starting out, I was taught once you have your first draft, you put it down and come back with a fresh start the next day. Instead of saying, hey, that looks pretty good, I was taught, okay, now how do you say the same thing using half as many words? Now, the idea that you reach a 50% reduction in word count, not going to happen. But if you reach even 15%, you will be amazed at how much the clarity improves because you've eliminated the unnecessary details, because you cut to the chase rather than beat around the bush, because you removed all the redundancies that put people to sleep, and I can see their eyes trying to draw close now. Okay, that's the short version. Make every word tell. That is drawn from a book called The Elements of Style by Strunk and White. You can find it in your bookstore if you still have one. If not, you can find it online. I think the copyright has expired. Not the best style manual for all occasions, but for writing a proposal, it is a good one because it's replete with examples of sloppy, long-winded text and how to restructure as clear, concise, unambiguous text. That's what you're looking for. For the slightly longer version, it is often remarked by professional writers that good writers are good readers, okay? Oh, before I go into, I should say that some of you in this room are already fantastic authors. You produce prose that is very engaging, informative, absolute pleasure to read. Keep it up. You notice I said some of you, because in a parallel universe in which everything functioned according to plan, I would have said all of you, because coming back to this imperfect universe, all of you work in an area, in a field, where you will be judged by how well you convey your ideas in the written form. If you are not yet a good author, you had better work hard on upping your ante. And at that point, I notice that professional writers often say that good writers are good readers. And one of the best remedies to improve your writing is to read more. And I don't mean NeurIPS papers, I don't mean ACM articles, I don't mean IEEE articles. I mean books, literature, such as novels, plays, short stories. If you are on a campus in which you can sign up for courses, consider challenging yourself to take a literature course. They'll give you a bunch of books to read, but I guarantee you they're all really good because somebody has already vetted them for you. They've chosen authors who convey deep notions using language that a broad audience can understand. And it will expose you to the essential ingredients of storytelling, which are character development, plot devices, conflict, and resolution. So you might say, well, that's all fine and dandy. What's that got to do with writing a proposal? And in one word, everything. Except the characters here aren't so much people, they're scientific ideas. The plot devices are what happens when you combine these ideas, where might it go? The conflict of what are the challenges and obstacles that you're trying to overcome. Resolution is what you bring to the table. You say, well, wait a second, didn't we just see those same ingredients? Yeah, I told you then, and I'll say it again now. Good proposal writing is storytelling. Okay, lackluster education plan. A lot of people spoke about this this morning. There's a version for people early in their appointment and a version for those later. For those early in your appointment, being that you have zero seniority in your department, sometimes you get stuck with those courses required of accreditation, but that no research active faculty really wants to teach, such as introduction to programming, basic circuit theory, other things of this sort, or service courses. Now, when you submit a career proposal, it must include a letter from your department chair that states that your department or equivalent supports your vision for integrated research and education. And that in any court of law would imply that you had sat down with your department chair equivalent and had this conversation. And that is, if nothing else, an opportunity for you to spell out, how do you see your teaching career going? So logically, you would choose courses that close align with your research. That's what interests you, that's how you can recruit students, and that's how you can spread your ideas about research to a broader audience. For people who are a little later on in their appointment, the most common complaint or remark we get is that people for their education plan don't go beyond their standard teaching duties. And we often hear from reviewers that the education plan looks fine, it aligns with the research, but even if we don't make this work, they're going to be doing that anyway because that's their job, right? That's your standard teaching responsibility. We're already paid by a university to do that. So try to think beyond your conventional, your regular teaching duties and show how an award, be it career or otherwise, will augment that and make you an even better educator. And this one came up also earlier today, combining yourself with your PhD work. Every year we get a few proposals from people who have done fantastic work for the PhD or for their postdoc, and then all the reviewers want to read that one because this is a rising star. I'm looking to see some real creative ideas. And sometimes these people that let success go to their head, and what they submit is a whole list of problems they happen to be working on as a follow-on to all this great work they've already done. And it's perceived as simply tying together a bunch of loose threads. In other words, trying to sell us a used car, right? We're not in the market for a used car. What you are competing against are people who are going to make a bold new leap to places that nobody has gone before. And I say this not to scare people, but we remark that although the career competition is limited to assistant professors, the best career proposals we get rank among the best proposals we get, period. Because they come from people in your age bracket, you are at or approaching the height of your creativity, at or approaching the height of your ability to seamlessly work new material into your research, at or approaching the height of your energy level, the ability to put in a 16-hour day, get a good night's sleep, and do it again tomorrow. And when those ingredients come together, some really interesting things go that propel you across the big chasm into something new. So you all have the capability to do that. We heard some testimony from people this morning who said the best thing I did was to branch into a new direction. That's going to find the interesting problems. I say that not to scare anybody, but it's only fair to point out that is the level of competition, and you all are up to the challenge. All right, final one, a research plan lacking cohesion. What we like to see is that there's clear interconnection between the different research thrusts. For example, what we learned from one might feed into another, or maybe they're attacking a problem from different angles, but we need all three angles, or something of the sort that says, I just can't pull this thrust out and say that the rest of it stands by itself. Okay, that's what we're looking for in cohesion. What we don't want to see is to take unrelated ideas I have to be working on, I'm going to staple them together, so to speak, to fill out a 5-year plan. That's not going to compete with somebody who has a coherent plan. Sometimes people, nice problem set up, and here's a laundry list of problems they're gonna work on. That's great, but it doesn't tell us which ones are important, which ones are more challenging, or is there any prioritization? Because somebody else on that panel will also have a whole bunch of problems, but they put them in a coherent order where we know how they're gonna attack them. Some of those are longer term, some of them are short term. And then don't make everything look like a nail to your one hammer. Sometimes somebody's got this new tool in their bag of tricks, new theorem, and then they're gonna attack everything under the sum of this one hammer. Okay, we like to see a better, well-rounded approach. And then, as I've been saying all along, please tell a story with your narrative. That does a great job of holding the reader's interest. So I hope I did not go over time. Oh, it looks like we're right on time. So with that, I guess we either take a coffee break or we can open the floor for any questions. Sure. Yeah, we have a couple questions. Yes.
Hi, my question is regarding the past work versus what you're proposing.
Yes.
You already outlined quite some strategies to distinguish, but I just want to take advantage of your time and still ask my question. So, for instance, like in my area of research, the main chunk of work is proving the convergence of the algorithm, showing that it is fast, sample efficient, communication efficient, and so on. So if there is some past work under certain assumptions, which has done these things, but once you relax those assumptions, the proof approach does not work.
That's right. Yeah.
And would that be considered as so close, your past and future or proposed work?
Well, it depends on how challenging it is once you take back the previous assumption and allow your proof, right? And that's what I spoke to earlier. Be specific about what those challenges are. If you don't do that, then like you say, they'll say, well, this looks incremental, right? Even though those challenges could be rather non-trivial. The ball is in your court to convince the people that once this no longer holds, that's a rather different beast you're trying to tame. And if you make that point, that looks great. If you don't make that point, they tend to fall back and saying it looks incremental. So the ball is in your court on that one. We have a couple another question over here.
Hello, thanks for the really useful presentation. And my name is Mana Azar. I'm from University of San Francisco. My question is about the portion where we explain the preliminary work. How elaborate should that be? And if we reveal information, should we provide the evidence that is revealed in our preliminary work or not?
Yeah, very good question. That comes up every year, which means that we've yet to find a perfectly satisfactory answer. The closest I have heard is enough preliminary work that you demonstrate, what you're talking about, not so much that they think you've already solved all the problems. As far as lending credibility to it, certainly having a conference paper or an archive, something, if not a full-fledged peer-reviewed journal paper, goes a lot further in credibility than here's this great preliminary result and this is going to change the world and it looks too good to be true and there's no supporting evidence. Reviewers will think that might be flawed or that you're confusing your dreams for the real world. Okay, yes. Let's go to our coffee break.
I can absolutely not hear you. I'm sorry.